day one, a violent vertical edge setter.
We competing today. I see some gas on the edge. Get that mindset to put your shoulder on somebody.
Dig, drop, you're finished.
Hey, first down. This is a weird game. Worse than last time.
Well, hello, everybody. Look at this. This is a weird little situation. We have Matt O'Leary and GreenBean on Tuesday in a totally different neighborhood. What's going on, Matt? You psyched for this weirdness?
Yeah, psyched for this weirdness. It's going to be a little different. I'm not staying for the whole show, but you got me for 15 minutes or so. I wanted to come on, wish you a Merry Christmas, see how you enjoyed the holiday, and talk some playoff chances. Let's go.
Yeah, dude. Well, look, 15 minutes is, if that's all we get, I am extremely grateful for that. I know it's kind of an opportunity. It opens things up. It is like, 48 hours after Christmas and everything. So there's a lot still swirling around. Family and on other, we're just tired. We're fried out from everything. So it's nice to be able to have you, in this period of time, and we can talk some playoffs. It's interesting, Matt. A week ago, not even, a few days ago, Jets fans, myself included, I'm not going to separate myself from the pack here. We were defeated, dejected, beaten, wiped across the mat, dude. And we were thinking it's completely over. Now, not only are we alive, but we're kind of almost in control of our own destiny. We're not, but we're not as bad as you would think. It's like all we need is one team to lose one game and we control our destiny. It's kind of fucking crazy, isn't it? How did we get here?
A lot of luck. After the Jets played and lost almost everything except for the Chargers winning. Everything else broke right. You had the Green Bay upset Miami. Just a lot of really good things happened. And you know what? I'll take my chances with Miami, even with Teddy against the Patriots, or even in week 18. In most scenarios, Buffalo's still going to be playing for something. So if the 1 seed is up for grabs, there's a massive difference between the 1 and the 2 seed now, because there's only one bye with the additional wild card team making it. So the Jets have to take care of business. Obviously, they haven't won a game in a long time now.
In a minute.
4-game losing streak, but I think you got to feel a lot better with Mike White coming back.
Yeah, well, that's the big news. I mean, we were hoping that Mike White can start. Sad to say, man, these last few weeks, like you said, we haven't won at all. You know what I mean? Last time we won was a very exciting win in the rain against the Chicago Bears. We thought we were riding high, and we've, some looked very good. The Vikings, the Bills held some of the best teams in the league to one score. Quite frankly, could have beaten both of them easily. Like at the end there, a caught pass, we win in the Vikings. But since then we've really fallen off a cliff. And I almost get the idea that maybe it's time that we win. Can we really lose fucking 5 and 6 in a row, man? Our quota's met. We have to win these games. But it's exciting now that we're going into these last couple weeks, because we were waiting for the quarterback. Zach clearly wasn't it. And with all due respect to everybody included, even months ago, I was getting my head chopped off for even being concerned. Still very supportive of Zach, but different varying degrees of support from different Jets fans. Some guys are rock solid, no ifs, ands, or buts supportive. Some guys wanted to see him make it till the end of the season. That's where I fell. I was like, let's just give him the season, and ups and downs, whatever it is, then we know. But I think at this point, we kind of know. I mean, it's like you look at this poor young man. You look at him, dude, and he is lost. Even in that last press conference, he literally just was like, guys, I don't know. I'm trying to find a rhythm. I'm trying, but I can't. I felt my heart sank. I'm like, he's defeated. He's done. But waiting for Mike White, I got to be honest, Matt, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. I was really thinking, not that the Jets would announce it, but I was thinking that Streveler might be the starter, not Joe Flacco. They'll say Joe Flacco's starting, but I think Streveler might have been the guy. And that sucks to kind of be in that position, Flacco or Streveler. But the good news came, and we got one, Mike White. Do you think that our chances realistically improved, or do you think it's just an emotional bump?
No, I think there's going to be a drastic difference, which is kind of crazy because if you asked me even 2 months ago if I thought that would be the case, it would have been no. I did not think that one Zach Wilson would play to the point that he would get himself benched and really not look capable at all. And you mentioned it earlier about your concerns. I think some of them were valid, but for someone like myself, I was looking at the defenses and going, okay, these are some of the top defenses in the league. You get some of these, other opponents against like Detroit, Jacksonville, Seattle at the end of the year, and that's when
Yeah.
you see him hit his stride. And he didn't. He didn't hit the stride, and he looks really, really lost. And the thing that I hate is the people who are kind of like doing the victory laps on it, be like, "Oh,
Oh,
we defended him to the." I'm like, no, really. I'd like to see 2 years from the number 2 pick. I don't know if why that was such an outlandish or wild or crazy take to have, but it was to some people. And then I also hate the take that the only reason why the Jets drafted him was because of the pro day, which is just crazy because he
yeah.
was absolutely in the conversation before that. But I mean, we saw it with Mike White. The offense runs a lot more fluid. He's thrown for 300 yards pretty much every game. He left the Buffalo game and had 265. And was it a perfect game against Buffalo or Minnesota? No, but the Jets were in it. They were moving the ball. And the offense, I think the biggest way to put it is they were in rhythm, which is something that was not happening with Zach, unfortunately.
You're bringing up a great point, and not to belabor this, but what it does bear mentioning. And I actually found the information initially out from you. I think I found your video. It was like 14 minutes after it was released. I just happened to be there on YouTube, and there it was. But the toxic stuff, right? So we have this toxic stuff coming out, Jets fans, toxic. Then the video came out. Interestingly enough, Ryan, I found it out through Ryan, that one of my friends from Jetnation for years, he had a run-in with Joe Douglas. And here's the interesting thing that I found. I made a follow-up stream where I just kind of told everybody my thoughts on it. I said, basically, my feeling is if you're doing these things, texting someone's mother, or you're crossing lines, you're crossing the line into harassment, and you're an asshole. And I just don't support that, man. I don't really give a shit one way or the other. You're crossing the line. And the interesting thing that I noticed, Matt, and this is where it relates to what you were saying about the victory dance. I'm finding that I'm keeping my eye on the people who have issues one way or the other. And I'm finding that a lot of the people that think it's okay to let Zach's mom know are the same people that are upset with Joe Douglas for saying that he's going to break a fan like a pretzel. Like, it's the same people. Like, they have the issue on both sides. They're okay with the mom stuff, but they're not okay with Joe Douglas. And that makes me think, just like the Zach victory lap stuff, that there are people that are more interested in the complaint department, Matt. They're just more interested in the ability to be angry. And as Jets fans, sure, we're used to that. But like, for somebody like myself, I'm really hoping that we fucking win. I don't give a shit if it's Mike White, if it's Zach Wilson, if it's Josh Johnson, if it's Trevor. I really don't care. I want somebody to come in. I want the team to thrive, and I want us to get to the playoffs so we can build upon that going into the future. And dare I say, I enjoyed the first half of the season, man. I was having a fun time with you, bro. It was nice.
For sure. It was great. And then they started losing a ton of games, and it started to get really stressful. And I think things really went off the rails there for a little bit. And you're so right. And I really enjoyed that live stream where you kind of it felt very like, I watched it after the fact. I wasn't there live, but it felt very like raw emotion, just kind of like letting it go. Like, this is what I feel about it. Here are the examples. And if you like it, great. If not, go scratch, kind of a thing. But it's I still can't wrap my head around, like, we're big Jet fans, but I can't possibly think like, oh, I'm so upset, I'm going to message a private message on Instagram a player's mom. Even if I hate the guy, like, that is so bizarre. Or, like, that's not saying you can't be critical of him. Like, obviously Zach Wilson played terrible against Jacksonville. We're not saying that he didn't deserve any kind of criticism, but the vile things that get DM'd to these people every single day is scary. And, I had someone send me some of this stuff, and I don't want to, say who or what it was. It just had a privacy for them, but it's scary, some of the things that they get on a regular basis. And that's not right. And that is toxic. You might not like hearing it, but it is.
Right. And it's like, look, I'm always one to say, it's funny because I said it the day before. I made a stream where we were discussing whether or not it is difficult for players to succeed here. And before the toxic aspect came out. And one of the things I was saying was like, look, we're a damaged lot. We've been through hell. We rarely get to dance. You know what I mean? We're just kind of always a bridesmaid, never a bride, so to speak. We get to watch everybody party and we're always, rah. And then not only that, but we're kicked and made fun of by the whole NFL. And we are who we are. So is it right? Is it wrong? I don't know. But when I'm in the stands and something looks terrible for more than 10 minutes, I boo. I can't help boo. That's what I want to boo. But I've rarely had the urge to say, kill yourself or DM someone's mother and anything like that. So it's an interesting thing. And just like you said, with the victory dance, I mean, look, it's one thing to be like, okay, well, I didn't think Zach was the guy. I'd rather find out now than wait another whole lost season watching the team degrade and hate each other and ask for trades. And yes, I can appreciate that. And I think that's one of the positives. Like going into this season, Matt, we said that we wanted meaningful games in December. We got them. It's going to be January. We got meaningful games in January. We were saying November. To be honest, we were saying meaningful games in November. If we could not be talking draft in November, we'll be grateful by Thanksgiving. So here we are. And the other thing was we want to know what we have with Zach Wilson. It's maybe not what we wanted. Honestly, I wanted the kid to be the next Dan Marino. I did, but we know, in my opinion, we know, and we can talk about, what's going to come, whether we have a Gardner Minshew or we splurge and get Aaron Rodgers or we just ride with Mike White. We have lots to think about and have fun with this offseason with that. But the truth is, I think we kind of know what Zach Wilson is right now. And that, while it's negative, is ultimately a positive. Do you agree?
Oh, 100%. Because then the situation I compared it to was really two things. One, with Sam after 2 years, he didn't show you enough where you're like, oh my God, this is for sure the guy forever and ever. Amen. But it was like, okay, it's still enough that you're moderately intrigued. And then it all fell apart in year 3 and they blew it up. Or like the Giants are about to go into probably year 5 of that with Daniel Jones, where they're kind of just like, is he or isn't he that dance? And well, it's, as you said, it's not the answer you wanted. I was a big fan of Zach coming out and was rooting for him, but I think it's an answer nonetheless. And then you could decide, all right, is it going to be Mike White or is it going to be an external option? What's the plan here? But yeah, you got your idea, and guess what? Like, you're still in the playoff hunt. If you told me that the Jets would be in the mix for a playoff spot the final 2 weeks, my thought would be, oh my God, Zach must be playing like a top 15 quarterback right now.
Right.
They're getting terrible quarterback play week in and week out, and they're still competitive, which I think is a big testament to how far this team has come.
Yeah, it really, that's a very well said statement, and I agree. If you would have told us we'd be in the playoff hunt this late, I would have said, oh, great, Zach's our quarterback. Yeah. And it's not the way it went. But again, we did so much. I mean, look, it's always better to get hot later. It is. And that was one of my concerns with our hot streak earlier in the season. But I never imagined we could have this kind of collapse. I mean, even though I've been here before, I just didn't think it was real, that it could happen. We'd lose 5 of 6. And that's terrible. But we're still alive. Somebody sent me a text or a comment today, Matt. They said, is it really worth being alive right now if you're not in the driver's seat? And I said, yes. I mean, what are we talking about? This is the way in 2009, Rex Ryan got on the podium and said, well, obviously we're out of the playoffs, and he was all pissed off. And it turned out, guess what? 3 teams lost that day, and the Jets were actually alive. And then they needed this team to lose, and they lost. And they needed to beat the Colts, and the Colts benched Peyton Manning. They rested their starters, and we beat them. Long story short, we ended up last game in Giant Stadium beating the living hell out of the Bengals. Then we went in and played the Bengals in playoffs week 1. We beat them. Then we beat the Chargers, and we rolled from there into a really fun offseason. And why not, man? If you're alive, you're alive. If you're breathing, you're breathing. And that's just it. I'm a big fan of being alive, Matt, and I like it. Let me ask you this before you leave, because we're right there. Do you honestly believe now? You see up top, I wrote GreenBean believes. I believe. But realistically, Matt O'Leary, do you think that the win out and the Pats losing one game, Do you think that is going to happen?
Yes. I genuinely do. Yes. I think the Jets have every reason to believe they can beat Seattle, who has lost. I think they have lost 5 of 6 or 6 of 7. They've really struggled after a hot start. And with Miami, who the hell knows if Tua is going to play this year? How many concussions has he had so far this year? It's unbelievable. And they just, even when he was playing, they haven't looked right the last few weeks. I think it's going to be tough. I think New England has a chance this week, but as I mentioned earlier, Buffalo more than likely is going to be playing for something in week 18. I think Buffalo beats New England, and I think we're looking at Sunday Night Football, Jets, Dolphins winning in, and I think they can do it.
Amazing. Especially when Jets Paulie's comment happens when the Bills get dog walked by Joe Burrow. They're going to be wanting to win that last game. I think that's best case scenario. I know that's even, I would love the Pats just to lose against Miami, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's all coming down to the end so we can have maximum heart attack potential, maximum stress. But I think I like your answer. I'm really happy to hear that because I find you, I hold you as one of the more constructive, realistic Jets fans. You're not running governed by your emotions. So the fact that you said yes makes me feel good, Matt. It really does.
There you go. Well, I appreciate that. That's how I try to be. I try to be cool, calm, collected. Sometimes it doesn't always work. But yeah, I'm very pragmatic approach, but I think they do it. And I think you'll like tomorrow's title for the episode of Just Jets coming out. So
awesome.
It's kind of in this same vein. So more of that coming tomorrow.
All right, awesome. Well, we'll let you go, guys. Matt O'Leary, as he said, the Just Jets podcast, which is weekly, gets released tomorrow. It's literally my number one podcast. Fair enough, next to Joe Rogan, Matt. But that's a different story. Yep. Matt O'Leary, Just Jets. Anything else you want to let everybody know? Everybody know before you leave. Yeah, we're doing daily content over on the channel, Matt O'Leary NY. The Jet Report Monday to Thursday at 2 p.m. live stream. We're hanging out and more coverage for this big game coming up against Seattle this week. So thanks for having me on, GreenBean. Appreciate it. Dude, I'm glad you carved out some time. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. Have a good night, buddy. All right. Have a good rest of your night. Yep. There he goes, Mr. Matt O'Leary. You know and love him, and I appreciate him taking a few minutes when we canceled the Talkin' Jets panel today. I was like, oh, well, wouldn't it be nice to at least have our boy Matt spend some time? It's weird when I don't get to spend Tuesdays with those guys and all of you. I think last week I was sick, so that would be 3 weeks, right? 1, 2, 3, whatever. Since I saw you guys, so I was happy. Anyway, let's say hello to Jets Maniac Matt. Thank you, Jets Maniac Matt. He says, Mike's time to shine. I agree, man. The team now has all the weight on their shoulders. Great experience for our guys. These next 2 weeks set the tempo for 2023. I completely agree, man. And I think this season is so packed full of positive lessons for a team that's rebuilding, man. And that is by and large a young team. Even when you add, obviously we talked about the quarterback and all that, but with Zach aside, a lot of our core players are young, whether it's DJ Reed, Jordan Whitehead, the Breece Halls, Bam Knights, Garrett Wilson, Elijah Moore, even Denzel Mims and Michael Carter and AVT. There's so many young guys on this team. Eccles, Sherwood, right? It goes on and on and on. That this season is like you couldn't have crafted a season packed more full of lessons on the highs, on the how to hold yourself and deal with fourth quarter comebacks and low expectations and people completely writing you off, and then late season slides and terrible quarterback carousels and injuries and all this kinds of stuff. And here we are going into the final 2 weeks of the season, guys. We're alive, and we can this is a whole different thing than we've been faced with before. Sure, the last few weeks you could have said they were must wins, and I think to some degree they were. They weren't entirely, obviously, because we're still alive. But if we win any one of them, then we're not in this situation, and we have somewhat of a buffer. We have a little bit of breathing room. We could lose one of these, and if the Pats lose, you know what I'm saying? So, but it's such an interesting season for these guys. I still want to get into the playoffs. I believe that we will get into the playoffs, And anything from there, we'll talk about that when we get there. But I do believe we have the very realistic potential to go into Seattle and take that game, and then go into Miami and take that game as well. And I think the Pats are going to lose one, man. At least one. They might lose both, honest to God. So I'm really excited. But even, again, I want to win. But aside from that, even just the lessons themselves, dude, we are forging. We are just creating and crafting a sharpened, hardened, steel-edged team that I believe can be good for us and competitive for some time. Edward Ziff checking in. Zach screwed up, but leave the family. I agree, Ed. And that's what I was saying, man. Like, look, we can have our feelings, dude. And like I said, I am a Jets fan. I know us. I've been us. I grew up in that damn stadium. I grew up in the parking lot. I grew up at tailgates. And then, all my friends, I had my Jets fan friends in school and the whole thing, man. I was picked on by Giants fans. Remember that, guys? Remember how good the Giants were? Like the Parcells, the Lawrence Taylor Giants, the friggin' Phil Simms. And we were not as good for a long time, dude. And we had to eat that. Like, I know what that feels like. And we are who we are. We're harder. Like they say it's, hey, the Giants quarterbacks are in New York too. It's not the same, dude. It's intense. The Giants fans are more intense, and the Giants media more intense than many other teams, but they're not the Jets. It's not even the same. It's not. I know it's the same town, but it's not the same. And but that all said, as asshole filled as our group can be, we still got to draw the line somewhere, man. We have to. We have to draw the line. And I think family's a pretty damn good place to do it. Eric Torosian. What's up, Eric? Thank you for the super chat. Can we just imagine Mike White with Brees and AVT? Brees carried our offense with Flacco and Zach against tough opponents. Imagine him with a competent quarterback. Dude, I firmly believe this, Eric, that if Brees Hall and AVT were on this team the whole time, we wouldn't be in this position. Now, it's to put that all on two players, but I don't think it's necessarily doing that. I think we were close enough. Look at the Vikings games. Look at the Patriots games. 3 points. It was 3-3 until the last minute of the fourth quarter when they got that broken special teams play. Right? So it's like a Brees Hall and an AVT, they move the needle enough that 3-3 is winnable, that the first Pats game is winnable, that the Vikings game, when we were literally down to the wire, it's winnable. And the Buffalo game, dude, it was essentially 0-0 until the halftime. The only reason they got that touchdown was because CJ Mosley had a freak out. We all saw the freak out, didn't we? Remember the freak out? Holy shit, man. And it's crazy because I really do get why he did it. He was thinking, it's 4th and inches. We got to get them off the field. This is important. We don't want to go into halftime giving them points. We held them this long. And he saw Dawson Knox run and come under center. He thought he was going to real quick crash the line and get those inches. And he freaked out, man. He bit. And look, you got to be able to be disciplined, but I get it. He was filled with fire, man. He was like, no fucking way, not on my watch. I get it. And they fooled him. They fooled him. So that's the way it went. So what's up, guys? How we feeling? This is a great Tuesday for us. This is a super great time. I am personally just incredibly psyched, guys. I really am. Again, we came through it. We should have been knocked out, dude. We really should. That Jacksonville game just alone. The Lions game was another one, right? That was just like, oh my God, I couldn't believe it, the way we lost. But the Jaguars game was something else entirely. And sad part is that it felt exactly the same as that Pats game, didn't it? It just, at least as far as our team, like obviously the Jaguars were even able to score where we were able to hold the Pats. But the game felt the same way. It just felt like we were hopeless until Strebler came in. And I didn't really have all that much belief that Strebler would suddenly get us 16 or 17 points and take us over the top. I didn't believe that was really going to happen. But it was really good to actually see that spark come in and have a chance, right? That's all you want. The truth is, guys, when it comes down to it, I like the game of football. I want to watch football. The team I like the most are the Jets. And if they're good, it's more fun. Like, that's really what I'm doing here. So, that's what we're doing. Harlan says, you already hit the like button, but there are 223 watchers and only 81 likes. I thought these people were Jets fans. Right, Harlan? That's what I'm trying to say. So, guys, let me take a brief moment and remind you, it is still the holidays, and you should still be feeling nice and giving. And what better time to take a second, hit that like button. I'm going to tell you guys, too, as you know, I have my goal of 10,000 subscribers by December 31st. It is December 27th, and we are 188 subscribers away from that goal. When we started, we needed 1,000 or whatever it was. I think 900, something like that. So we did a great job, but if you have not subscribed to the channel, now is the time. Please do. Tonight, I'm going to give away that Manscaped Weed Whacker. We're going to go ahead and give that away tonight. You have to be subscribed to win. I'm just going to spin the wheel through the subscribers. I'm going to see a random subscriber. It could be a new person. It could be somebody who's been here for a while, but you have to be subscribed in order to be entered into the contest. We're going to do that at the end of the stream tonight, and we're going to be giving away a lawnmower 4.0 from Manscaped on the Thursday thick of it, in addition to some T-shirts. And I think Jets Chaos Jeremy is going to give away a spatula and an egg whisker, I think, and slippers or something like that. Right, Jeremy? I think that's what he's doing. So let's see what else you guys are talking about. Joe Campione, what's up, Joe? He says, our backup quarterback is playing our former quarterback, while we are rooting for another of our former quarterbacks to beat the Patriots, while our previous quarterback is making a playoff run. Wackadoodle Supremo, dude, isn't it? So let's take a look at it. He's saying our backup quarterback, Mike White, is playing our former quarterback, Geno Smith. We're rooting for another of our former quarterbacks. Who's that? To beat the Patriots. That's Miami. Bridgewater. Right on, Joe. Okay. And then we have our previous quarterback making a playoff run. You guys know who that is? It's a little bit more covert, but I know you guys know. That's Sammy Boy Darnold. Mr. Mono himself is making a legitimate run, and here's why I'm rooting for him. Not because I love Sammy. I don't. I don't hate him. I don't throw stones, but I don't root for Jets players when they're gone. I just don't, generally speaking. Maybe here and there somebody will pop through, but not Sam. I just don't care. I'm rooting for him to be bad in the whole thing. But you want to know why I'm rooting for Sam Darnold? Because if Sam Darnold wins, if he takes that division, it's so piss poor that the Carolina Panthers can still take the division. Tom Brady and Todd Bowles, their union, their evil union goes down in flames, and they don't even make the playoffs. This will be the first year without Tom Brady in the playoffs since 2001 or something like that. It's ridiculous, dude. I'm sick of it. I'm done with it, Joe. I really am, man. I really am. And I think Sammy Boy, we should all be rooting for our boy Sammy. Why not, dude? He's a nice kid. I don't root against him. You know what I mean? I don't root for him, but I'm rooting for him now because of the Tom Brady, Todd Bowles impact. Because here's the thing. Number one, I can't stand Tom Brady. You know the deal. Number two, I thought Todd Bowles was a terrible coach. Terrible. Not even just the clock management and all that shit, but I hated how he propped up Casey Rogers, who was completely overmatched every single week. He never should have been a defensive coordinator. He did not have the chops. Good defensive line guy, fine. Good guy, fine. I don't have any personal issues with him, but I thought Casey Rogers' defenses, they were a step behind every single play in every single game, and they were terrible for the most part. But Todd Bowles never even questioned if he shouldn't be in the position. Meanwhile, on the offensive side, Todd Bowles hired 3 offensive coordinators in 4 years for the New York Jets. 3 in 4 years. 2 of those offensive coordinators were retired when he hired them. What the fuck is going on? The third one didn't even hire a quarterback coach for the number 3 overall pick. Like, what is happening? That all happened on Todd Bowles' watch. So not only that, though, when he goes and gets hired again by the guy who he was successful under, Bruce Arians, he makes a good defense, which is fine. Everybody, what did the papers say? You guys remember it. The Jets really let one go. It's not Bowles, it's the Jets. Just like it's not Sam, it's the Jets, right? It's not Sanchez, it's the Jets when he won a couple of games with the Eagles. You know what I mean? It's like we always hear this shit. Doesn't matter who it is. So Todd Bowles, as soon as, they win the Super Bowl and they go, look, the Jets never should have let him go. I even had Jets fans saying that. We should have never let Todd Bowles go. Bullshit. Todd Bowles was a terrible head coach. He gets given. Bruce Arians even said on national TV, dude, I don't want Todd Bowles to, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, I don't want Todd Bowles to have to go and start from scratch on a bad team. He should be able to have a good team so everybody could see how good of a coach he is, blah, 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 blah. So in other words, here's a gift-wrapped Super Bowl caliber team with arguably the greatest quarterback to ever play the game of football, a completely stacked offense and defense. And he doesn't even make the playoffs. Come on. Could there be a better bomb pop? A sweeter lemonade? Not for me, baby. The only thing sweeter is the Jets getting to the playoffs. And don't forget, guys, if the Jets make the playoffs, you know what's even sweeter about that? Like, of course, we get to kill the streak. But what's better is we push out both the Miami Dolphins and the Patriots. If we're in, they're both out. Come on. Are you kidding me? Go, Sammy. Go, Jets. This is what I want. It's almost too good. It's so good to me that I can't even accept that it's possible. That's how good it is to me, Joe. That's how good. Let's see what else we got here. Tony Alexio, you're saying Strevler. Amen, Jets, chaos. Hit the likes and believe. There it is. That's your first comment I've ever seen without Strevler in it, Tony. Well done. RJ McPot checking in. Thank you, buddy. He says, how long do you think Brees will be 100%? Well, before he will? Week 8 next year. Honest to God, I don't know, man. I really don't know. I know they waited a while for the surgery, right? And the theory behind that, from what I've read, is that it's actually better. It improves the likelihood of success of a 100%, rebound, let's say, and a quicker healing time if you wait till, I guess the inflammation goes down. I'm not sure, before the surgery. So they waited a little while before he had the surgery. And so let's see. I mean, the injury was early enough in the season that it's not like, we got injured week 17 or something like that. So you still have all this time that he's already on the healing train. But I don't know, RJ McPop. My hope is that he can come in and play early. But my realistic expectation is probably mid-season, like you're saying, that he's 100%. And I hope, dude, if he's not, don't use him. That's my thoughts. If he's not 100%, don't worry about it. Use Michael Carter, and if we keep James Robinson next year, and obviously Bam Knight, I'd like to see that and do that whole thing. But I don't know. I know, dude. I wish. I mean, dude, could you imagine Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, AVT? Like, dude, we're stacked. What a terrible week that was. What a terrible damn week. We squeaked out of Denver with a little tiny victory, very uninspired, tough defensive kind of victory. And we lost Breece and AVT, two of my absolute favorite Jets. Absolute. Unbelievable. GreenBean's burner checking in. So as you guys know, this is me just sneakily backdooring this comment. I'm warming up to the love trade. Thoughts? So me, what do I think about this? I got to tell you, here's my honest thoughts about the Jordan Love trade idea. I didn't love Jordan Love coming out. Pun? I don't know. I wasn't in love with Jordan Love coming out. But I didn't hate him either. I was actually surprised to see that the Packers, of all people, but that any team would trade up for him. I knew he'd be a first-round quarterback, but I was really surprised to see a team trade up, and especially being the Packers being the team to trade up. I didn't understand it. Now, my thoughts were that there was a rift between Matt LaFleur and Aaron Rodgers, and they weren't long for each other and all that jazz. But here's the thing. Jordan Love is tired of sitting second fiddle. I'm a first-round pick. You traded up to get me. I had a great college career. I want to be an NFL quarterback. I've been a good soldier. I'm done. Okay? So if you're not going to give me the starting spot, then please release me. Get something for me and let me go. So they have a decision to make. They're either going to roll with Aaron Rodgers, the very expensive and seemingly diminished Aaron Rodgers. Who knows? Seems like he's disinterested, or who knows? But he just got a massive, massive contract, $213 million, whatever it was. So if they decide that, hey, look, we just gave Aaron Rodgers all this money, we're not, just because of one down season, we're not going to give away a multiple-time MVP and recently in the last couple of years being league MVP. We're not ready to give that up. We'll trade Jordan Love. The positive there is this. Again, first-round pick, high pedigree, all those things, very strong candidate. But he's been sitting behind one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever throw on a helmet. But in addition to that, he's been literally being developed by a guy. He's the brother of our offensive coordinator, the best friend of our head coach. So the systems are very, very similar, man. They're coming out of the same framework. So he's kind of in a similar system to ours for the last 3 years, just developing, getting to work with, like, look, we're all talking about if we sign Aaron Rodgers, it's really good for Zach. Why? Because he's behind his favorite quarterback and the whole thing. Well, Jordan Love has just been doing that for 3 years. So there's a lot of positives there. Whether or not I'm willing to give away a first-round pick and change or whatever, I don't know. Because you're going to have to pay him soon too. If he's any good. So I don't know how that looks, but I'm not against it, man. I'm not. I mean, hopefully the Jets do their homework and they talk to their brother. They sit down, have some dinner, get a couple glasses of wine and go, shoot straight, bro. Shoot straight. You're gonna dump them on somebody. Just don't make it us. And that would be interesting. There's no sugar in this one either. Hey, what is that? Ryder. This is the tea. Maybe there is sugar in this one. Let me see. No, there's no sugars. There's 3 grams. It's like bullshit sugar. I'm with you, though. See, Ryder? I'm ready, bro. See what I'm doing tonight? Yeehaw! I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go with my monster drinks. I just felt like having a lemonade. That's all. But thank you, Ryden and Talents Pa. I do appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hey, Aunt Gina. Everybody say hello to Aunt Gina. Aunt Gina, sad to say, had COVID again. Not to blow up your spot, Gene, but I would like some well wishes if they can. You know, Gina, she's doing better, but she had a tough time. So I'm happy that you're on the mend, young lady, and I love you, and I'm happy that you're here. Now, Jason Edwards, thank you for being a YouTube member of the GreenBeans. Now, guys, I want to tell you, you got to be patient for the next 3 or 4 days. My emojis are being finished right now. So here's what it is. As you guys know, I have an amazing Patreon group called the Beanbaggers, right? Amazing. The best group. I'm telling you, they're the best. I love them. There's constructive conversation going on in our Discord every single day, all week. It's the best. This Wednesday, as a matter of fact, we're watching a game that not a lot of people remember. Listen to this. So every month we get together in the Beanbagger group and we watch a classic Jets game in a Zoom room, right? This week's game is the 1996 October 27th game, with the Jets' only victory in their 1-15 season, where that team was affectionately called by many people the greatest 1-15 team in NFL history, are the 1996 New York Jets. You'll see things like Keyshawn's rookie year, Frank Reich at quarterback, Mo Lewis, Bobby Houston at linebacker, Marvin Washington, all kinds of fun stuff. Adrian Morrell, Neil O'Donnell got hurt, so Frank Reich's our quarterback. It's an amazing game. It's super fun. I haven't watched it since I watched it live. We're going to watch it together with the Beanbaggers. If you want to join, the link's in the description. But I had a lot of requests from you guys over the past year, really. Why don't you have a membership on YouTube where we can have emojis and fun stuff like that? So I did it. I made it, and it just became live today. And Jason, you are my first stream bean. You're my first stream beaner. So like I said, the emojis are being finished. I had to put it live before I could do certain things. So be patient with me for a few more days. But thank you for joining. Guys, it's a one-tier thing. You join, you're going to get all sorts of fun, free super chats and things like that come with the membership, in addition to having additional emojis and stuff that you guys can use. But you can join the stream beaners if you want to do it, just everything that pertains to the live streams. And you can join the Beanbaggers for a more in-depth, kind of detailed, interactive membership to GreenBean. But Jason, thank you, sir. Hey, thank you, Jason. What a cool dude. I appreciate it. Hexen checking in, talking about Todd Bowles. He said, that was the name, right? Toilet bowls. That's what we called them. That's what we called them. Toilet bowls. You know, it's funny because when he was first hired, Hexen, you know what we called them? Super Bowls. That's what we wanted them to be. Super Bowls. Turned into toilet bowls. What are you going to do? It's like Fitz Magic turns into Fitz Tragic. It's just the way life is. It's the way life goes. So I know, look, man, I'm a bitter fan. You guys know that. I told you, I don't root for anyone other than the Jets. Every now and then there's a heartwarming thing. I'll root for somebody, but by and large, I don't root for anybody unless it's the New York Jets. The only thing I do is I root against. And the reason I root against is because it pertains to the New York Jets, or it's some team that hurt the New York Jets, and by proxy, me. Okay? So that's the way that goes. I don't root for anybody. I root for the New York Jets. Everything else is I root against. So I'm a bitter fan. I am. That's the way it rolls for me. It's what's fun for me. It's the way I like to do it. If you have a problem with it, too damn bad. Just is what it is, right? But that said, look at the sweet goodness I can have if Sam Darnold can beat Tom Brady and Todd Bowles, the super union, and push them so they don't even make the playoffs. Because even if they do now, they're making it on like a losing season, dude. They're going to win their division on like losing bullshit. I hate that stuff. I hate it, winning your division. So I would love to see, and of all people, dude, Sammy boy, come on. Tony Alexio, thank you for the super chat, but you didn't put a comment in there, buddy. So maybe Jeremy can text me if he sees the comment from Tony Alexio. I don't know. Hold on. Okay. I don't know. Anyway, so Tony, thank you. Oh, look, here's a go. SOS, we want Jets chaos. Same old stuff. We want Jets chaos. Same old shit, Jets chaos. Is that what you're saying? Look at this. Who's this? Hold on a second. All right, so we want to see. So we're going to talk about, I want to show you some things tonight, guys. Gary B, the second stream beaner. Yay! You guys are awesome. This is wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm really, Knobcraft, my third member. Yay! This is great. You guys are the best, man. Thank you so much. I just so appreciate it, man. And my job, my goal is to make your experience just a little better. That's what I want to do. And the stream beaners, we're going to have fun. I'm adding all kinds of fun emojis. Like I got a Fireman Ed emoji coming. I got a Facebook symbol, like the Facebook thumb is a middle finger. All sorts of fun sayings and all sorts of fun different variations of beans with different, all kinds of fun shit. So I got them all being made. Some are done, some are not. And I need a few more days to import all of them, but be patient and I will absolutely get them all to you. And I hope that you guys enjoy. And thank you again for being so nice to me. So Gary B and Knobcraft and Jason Edwards, you guys are the best. Hey, Steven, a new member. Hey, Steven. Yay. I wonder if we have to do this every time. You guys are fucking great. So let's do this. I saw this on Jake Asman show. I did not see it unless without Jake. So I'm going to use Jake's show. Jeremy just sent me your comment, Tony. It says, start Streveler, dum-dum. Is that what? That's amazing. Let's take a listen to what Steve Young said. Okay. Hold on. Let me put it up here real quick. So Steve Young actually admitted that he was wrong about Zach Wilson, and not that his career's over or anything like that, but he was very harsh toward Robert Saleh, saying that he was blowing it, he wasn't coaching him right, all this kind of shit. And like Jake said on his show, and I thank you, Jake, for even making the video and hopefully not dinging me because I'm using your stuff right now. But I couldn't find it. I was looking around for it. I said, why not just use Jake's fucking video and give him some promo, right? So Jake was saying that Steve Young is an NFL analyst, so he has to watch every game. So it's unlikely that he's watching full games of Zach Wilson. He knows what he saw in college. He's a BYU alum. He was very supportive of him. And he's even one of the quarterbacks that Zach Wilson has reached out to for help. Most recently, when he was benched after the Patriots game, Steve Young was the guy or one of the guys that Zach Wilson reached out to for camaraderie, for support, for help, for advice, for a shoulder, all that stuff. So Steve Young and Zach Wilson are very close, at least relatively speaking, right? So Steve Young probably isn't, he has to watch every NFL game of every week. So he's more than likely watching compressed and highlighted stuff. And he's thinking, what the hell's wrong with these Jets? They're not giving Zach enough time. You got to play him. That was kind of his thing. The only way you're going to get better with this kid and see him improve is by putting him on the field. Well, he has changed his tune about that and has even gone as far to say that I was wrong about, I think Zach Wilson cannot play right now. He can't. He's not doing the simple things. He's still showing you that stuff, 4th and 18, crazy, missing a bunch of tackles, throwing the ball downfield. He's still able to do that for you. He's able to do stuff that nobody else can do, but he can't do the stuff that everybody else can do, and that's Zach. There's nothing else to it. That's Zach Wilson. So hearing Steve Young kind of not backtrack, but kind of own it to an extent, is number one, I respect him for doing that. But number two, it really opens up a little bit more about what this situation entails, man. It's not hater. It's not like you're rooting against him. It's real. Whatever it is, he's not able to do it right now. And just being removed from it and just, hanging your cleats up for the season is kind of the best thing for him. So let's go ahead and take a listen to what Steve Young said. Again, I am using the great Jake Asman's show here for our content. So let's take a listen to this. Hopefully the sound is loud enough for you. I'm having issues. I'm not finding that it goes through very well. So let me see if I can just make sure. Do it this way. Okay. So here's our buddy Jake. Okay. And let's see what Steve Young, let me put this up. Steve Young said.
Of a lift does this give the Jets now in their pursuit of a playoff spot, given that everything else has fallen into place for them? They just have to win out, and chances are they'll be in.
Well, the locker room loves Mike, and that's a fact, and that'll be a lift because they know that there's a fighting chance, there's a fight in there, and I think I have to take a dose of humility here to recognize that I always say if you have a player, and I made this argument before with Zach, that if he can go compete with Mahomes and Allen and Burrow, then we need to develop all the commodity things that he's not doing very well. And the only way to do that is playing. Well, I was wrong. He can't play right now. He can't. He's not learning, not getting better. So he has to leave the field. So as he leaves the field, there's a jolt of energy that Mike White has brought from the beginning that comes back into the room. Now, I think that we that watched saw that doesn't necessarily solve everything because we still got beat by some very good teams. But football's an emotional game. And I always say Newt Rockney made a speech, and that's how they won is because someone made a speech. because football's that way. Like, you get emotionally up for a football game to go run into people, that it can make a huge difference. And that's the lift that Mike White has brought really the last couple of months. And so back he is.
So let me say this. As someone who works in sports media,
There he is. So we don't have to. I just sit there and put Jake on, and we listen to him for next hour, right? It's not the worst idea in the world. I happen to love Jake Assman. Not only his show, I love his show, but I happen to really like and respect Jake Assman as well. So again, I appreciate. He didn't let me. I didn't even ask him, guys. So let's see. I hope he doesn't get mad at me. But anyway, that's what I chose to do. So thank you, Jake. In advance for what I just did. But what do you guys think of that, man? It's really interesting. And, again, from my perspective, it's one of those things where, and Matt and I were talking about it a little bit at the beginning of the stream. It's one of those scenarios, guys, where you don't want to throw stones. At least most of us don't. There are the people, like we said, that are dancing. They're like, hey, I told you. Like, there's those people. Like, I don't know what that is. I don't. Like, our ultimate goal is to be good, therefore make us happy so we can be prideful, respectful, respected, all those things. That's what we want, right? We want to have a good time. We want to be the best for once, right? So when you invest a lot into something and it doesn't work, that sucks. You guys know I was not a Zach guy. I was not. I wasn't anti-Zach, but I was not a Zach guy coming out. And I took a lot of shit for it and all that. And I've been supporting him, but earlier this year, maybe after the Denver game, whatever it might have been, I said, guys, I'm concerned. I'm not out, but I'm concerned. I got my head chopped off for that little bit too. But the idea that it didn't work, I mean, shit, bro. I was hoping so much that this kid the light would go on and he would Josh Allen this joint. That's what I wanted. All right. That's what I wanted. But when it's not happening, it's not happening. And you see it, right? And he's getting worse. He's not like struggling, doing some great things like Trevor Lawrence last year. He's clearly struggling, but you could see most games, he's got it, dude. He's there. He's not putting it together, but he's there. He's able to do it. And then he would just throw that damn pick. And you're like, this freaking guy. But you can see that it was there. Zach Wilson's not doing that. He's going the other way. So to see a man like Steve Young, who, again, I'll reiterate, was a Zach Wilson guy. And don't forget, one of the reasons that he was so happy that he went to the Jets was Greg Knapp. Steve Young had a relationship with Greg Knapp, guys. Just like Peyton Manning and so many others. Greg Knapp was a guy that he said, dude, there's no better guy for Zach Wilson to be working with than Greg Knapp. And don't forget, Mike LaFleur was the offensive coordinator. His job was to design, construct, and run the offense. Rob Calabrese's job as the quarterback's coach was to learn under Greg Knapp and get his coffee, dude. Like, let's be real. He was there to learn and become. They had a lot of, they saw a lot of potential in Calabrese. And they thought, hey, again, who better to learn under than Knapp? And we have this great little team. We have John Benton. He's another longtime offensive line coach. So you had the young bucks, and then you had the old vets. And there was a really good plan. It was constructed well. Well, out of nowhere, right before training camp started, we lost Greg Knapp in a tragic accident. He's riding his bike. You know what I mean? And it's just the saddest thing in the world. And clearly the family aspect is much more important. But when you look at it on this end, the whole apple cart got turned over. They brought in Matt Cavanaugh, which I think, again, was a great move. They even went as far as to give Zach's quarterback coach, John Beck, a call and brought him in for the second half of the season. So they had to strengthen and bolster the whole thing. But the reason that Steve Young felt so good about the situation was because of Greg Knapp. Well, Zach never had Greg Knapp. He had Greg Knapp through OTAs and all that, but he didn't even have him in training camp, man. So he never got to work with really essentially what is a true guru, right? He was our passing game coordinator, and he was going to be tasked with really developing Zach Wilson, and we never got to see that. So when you look at all that stuff, Steve Young was super supportive of Zach Wilson coming out. He was a BYU quarterback, so people tend to look at those types of schools and think that they're unlikely to make it, but Steve Young was an example of that. Hey, I made it. And he had a similar kind of game. He was able to move. He had a super strong arm, all those kinds of things that Zach Wilson had. Not that they're the same player, but they had some similarities. And so Steve Young he's been behind Zach the whole time, obviously. So to see a guy like him with all those reasons to be behind Zach Wilson come out and say, I was wrong. I have to, what did he say? How did he say it? Not humble pie. He said something like that. He said, I have to eat something. Shit. What did he say? I forget exactly how he said it, but essentially he said, like, I have to admit I was wrong, man. And he can't play right now. He can't. You see it. He's not getting better. He's getting worse. So I think there's a lot there, man. And all the people that are kind of on the fence, wondering if it's right to not support him. And are we giving up too soon? All those kinds of guys. You can clearly see right now, like somebody who's way on Zach Wilson's team said, dude, it's time to sit down. It's time to take a breath. You're young. You got lots more battles to fight, man. Wave the flag, live to fight another day. Let's regroup and let's, get a plan together to come out of this. And I think that has a lot of bearing, man. So let's see what Scantlebury. All right, well, interesting. Brian, I'll answer this, but I'd like to keep the Steve Young thing going if we can. I want to see what you guys think about this stuff. And if you didn't bite, then you didn't bite. But I wanted to see what you guys thought about this. But I'll touch on this now, Brian. But I also want to get into this a little bit later as well. I want to see, like, getting off of our playoffs and our current situation. I do want to discuss with you guys what kind of quarterback situations that we can get into next year. Obviously, we just talked a little bit about Jordan Love. But here's what I think. And just quickly, Brian, this is for you. Okay, this is for you, Mr. Scantlebury, because it's one of the greatest last names in town. All right. I think I like the idea of unrestricted free agent Gardner Minshew coming. I was talked about it last week. Some people asked me. I said, I don't know, man. I was but I've been thinking about it. I've been researching him. I've been looking at his statistics. I watched his game against the Dallas Cowboys. I think that Gardner Minshew, and I like to say Minshew, so I like to say Gardner Minshew. I don't know why. I just feels better. I feel like Minshew feels weird to me. I like the buzz that comes with him. I like the energy that comes with him. I like the mustache. He fits right in with McGovern and Feeney and all the guys. I like the idea that kind of a player who can clearly do the stuff you need him to do, you can adjust the offense a little bit and fit Gardner Minshew right in here. He's all you need. Guys, he has a career 63% passer rating. He's got 43 touchdowns to 14 picks over his career. I mean, and there's more and more, like, as you go through it's like he's just positive. There are some negatives. There are some downs. One, people like to talk about his size and all that stuff, of course. But I think that he is a good option, and you're not going to have to throw $30 million at him. You're not. He's probably going to get somewhere in a 10 to 12 range, I would think. And maybe with some accelerators, like some bonuses, some incentivized things. If you reach this, you get this. It could actually go up. You sign him for 3 years. And if he has a really great first year, it can go up to this, the second year, that kind of stuff. Again, you guys know it's not my area of expertise, but maybe we do some stuff like that. So that's what I like to think, Brian. And we'll discuss this more a little bit later. Before I get to you, Tony, I want to end the poll and see where we are with that. So sorry. Let me end the poll here and see. So the poll question tonight, guys, was, do you think, straight up, do you think the Jets are making the playoffs? Like, all things being what they are. 73, look at this, 73% of you guys are positive guys. I love it. 27%? Yeah, 20, interesting left. So there's a 1% in there somewhere that got lost in the weeds. So 390 you voted, And we have 73% said yes, 26% said no. And again, there's a 1 percentage point that's just in the mix, floating around in the stratosphere, never to be seen again. Who knows? So that's good. I like to see that you guys are positive. It makes me really, really happy to see that, because look, I'm one who believes in putting the energy into the atmosphere, right? Like, I know, even on a personal note, guys, when I think negatively, like, it's like, who said it? I think it was maybe Einstein. I don't know. Whether you think you're right or you think you're wrong. Wait. Oh, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. I believe that. Whether you think you can or think you can't, you're right. And what that means is whatever you're putting out there, that's the reality. If you think the world sucks, then the world sucks. If you think everybody's an asshole, then you're going to run into assholes all day long. That's the way it goes. But if you think the world's beautiful and that people are great, you're going to see that in the world. So I believe the more people that believe that the Jets are going to win, I believe it has an impact. It just tips the scales a little tiny bit, and that's where we come in. And I think that we can do this, man. I really do. I think we've done our losing. We had our dark days. We're not going to end this positive season on a bad note. I think it's going to happen, and I also don't think the Pats are winning these 2 games. I just don't. I don't think they're that good. I think Mac Jones is an asshole, and he should even be suspended. What is it with this guy? How come Garrett Wilson gets a $10,000 suspension for complaining about being hit late with no flag, and Mac Jones can kick people in the balls, he can trip people, and he's still hanging out? What is this with the friggin' Patriots? What is it? I don't like it. So I believe we're going. So thank you to all who voted. I love that it was that wide of a gap between the yays and the nays. Thank you for everybody. And all you guys on the no side, try believing. Be inspired by the 73%. Let's do it. So here you go, Tony. Thank you again. He says, we thank GreenBean Mania to make us happy in our misery. God bless. God bless you. Straveler will make it happen. There it is. Well, thank you, Tony. I appreciate it. And thank you for the kind words, man. I appreciate that as well. As you guys know, I sincerely love you. Even when I tell you you're being an asshole or anything like that, I love you guys. I love our chats. I love what we do. This is great, man. Like when I was in high school, I had 5 friends that were Jets fans. You know what I mean? I had Angina. I didn't have any other relatives that were Jets fans. They were all Giants fans. Or we had a random Dallas fan or a random Miami fan. But most of my family are Giants fans, and then there's me and Angina. That's what I grew up with. So I had my friends. We found each other, We had our little Jets fan group, Joe the Comic, Joe the Cop, my buddy Frankie. We had Anthony and Ronnie, and that was it. This is so cool that we get to have this. Guys like Jin Pak and Kevin and Green and White Militia and Chris Sullivan and, all you Robbie Oak and, Jets main catch, all you guys, man, Mr. Green Jeans, everybody in here. I just couldn't be more grateful. So thank you, Tony. And I'm telling you, if Mike White couldn't go, we would have said we're riding with Flacco all week. And on game day, it would have been Strebler. That's what I believe. So let's talk about Steve Young. Anybody have any comments on that? I'm looking. I don't see any comments on Young. What the hell's going on? I did that whole thing. Nobody cares. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Chris. So Christopher Sullivan says, Amber Wilson on ESPN today was ripping the Jets for Zach. She is a Dolphins fan, but nice to hear from Steve Young. I know. Remember we were talking about something earlier this year with the guy, what the hell was it? He was a senior guy, senior position for PFF. And they were putting out low results on PFF for Jets players. And it came to a head when they did the Quinnen Williams after the Green Bay game. They gave him like a mid 60s, like low 60s, 64 or something like that. And Jets fans went berserk. There is no way with like 2 sacks, a blocked field goal, 5 quarterback hits. Like there's just no way. He had 4 tackles for a loss in that game. He was on fire. He was a demon. And they gave him a 64. Then the outcry, the backlash was so loud, so swift that they came back and they said, all right, we're sorry. We meant that was a miss thing and we misjudged it, whatever. And it's actually 74. And people get the fuck 74. That's ridiculous. Well, so a few days later, then they say, oh, we're sorry. It's actually an 82 or something. And we're like, what is this? Like in 1 week's time, 64. Oh, we're sorry. 74. Oh, we didn't mean it. We meant 82. And even that was still low. So but it just kept coming. It kept coming. It kept coming. So this guy, I forget his name, but he's a senior contributor for PFF. He says he's arguing, he's trying to defend it on Twitter or whatever. And he says things like, well, we're factoring in blah, 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 blah. And it's complete bullshit. And people are chopping his head off. And then he comes out and says, to be honest, I didn't even watch the game, is what he said. So why are we doing this, dude? You guys are supposed to be a statistical analysis organization. We're supposed to be able to look at your numbers as foundation for thought and constructive critique and all those things. You are supposed to be that. People pay your site for this. And you didn't even watch the game, and you've been arguing all week with people about these numbers, why they are this, why they are that. A lot of Quinnen Williams pressures were actually because of other people or coverage sacks. Bullshit, man. He didn't know what he was talking about, and then he finally admitted, I didn't even watch the game. So when you look at this stuff, you wonder, why would someone do that? Well, guess what? It turns out he's a Dolphins fan. And not only that, he's a Dolphins, like he covers the Dolphins. So do you see it, dude? It's so crazy out there right now, Chris. It's like people are motive driven all over the place. There's no just information. This is supposed to be numbers site. There's not supposed to be any friggin' emotion in there whatsoever. It's strictly statistics. Nope. It's riddled with emotion and feelings and motives and all that shit. And this is the thing with Amber Wilson too. And let me tell you this, Amber Wilson should really be looking at, why the hell is my team even considering putting Tua Tagovailoa back on that damn football field? 3 concussions in 1 year is scary, dude. Okay. And if they put him out there again and he gets sacked and his head hits that turf and he gets a 4th, dude, they are literally risking this kid's life. That's what we're talking about. And quite frankly, all football aside, like I've told you a million times, I root very, very negatively in the NFL. I don't root for, I root against. I want everybody to suck. That's what I want. But that's inside the NFL. In their lives, as fathers and children and brothers and sisters, there's very few sisters, but you know what I mean? Cousins, uncles. I won't say aunts again. Very few aunts in the NFL. But all that, I want them to be happy, healthy, and successful. That's what I want. As far as humans, football field, fuck you, suck. I hope you fail. I hope you suck the rest of your life. That's what I want. Soon as they leave the football field, as human beings, I want everybody to have successful, happy, healthy lives. That's sincere. I don't root against human beings on that level. This poor kid, Tua Tagovailoa, he's trying to keep his career alive. He's going to keep playing. Dude, that shit that they pulled earlier in the season in that Buffalo game, when he literally couldn't walk and they said it was a back injury, he was shaking his head. He was doing this, trying to shake the cobweb. You don't do that for a back injury. You don't shake your head, try to knock the cobwebs loose. That's not why that's not what you do in a back injury. You go, ooh, I don't know. That's the face of back injury. That's what you look like with a back injury, not this. and falling all over the place because your back hurts. Bullshit. And they kept him out there, the whole NFL thing, the whole uproar, the backlash, the whole thing. Now he's got another one. Clearly, dude, he had 270 yards in the first half. He gets and a touchdown. Then he gets hit on the head and he has 81 yards and 3 picks. You don't think he's concussed? It's a totally different dude. It's crazy town. It's crazy town, dude. So Amber Wilson can eat a bag of dicks, quite frankly, baguette filled with them. Hello, here's my bag of dicks, ma'am, that you ordered. She can go ahead and do that. She should be looking in, not out. So that's all you know. It's all bullshit, my friend. That's what it is. So what else you guys saying about? Oh, BYU fan asked for forgiveness. For real? Is that real? You can't. I mean, dude, that's almost too much. I don't even know if we can forgive that guy, Robbie. He was polluting the joint, right? I don't know. Let's see. Green and White Militia. You, Jake, Matt, Ryan, and I'm starting to watch Buffalo a bit more. You guys legit get me through my work days. That's awesome, isn't it? You know, Green and White Militia, I very rarely get to do this, but on Monday, day after Christmas, I was in here doing some work. I was catching up on emails and doing, talking to my sponsors, and I was doing all kinds of work stuff. I had to get the podcast out. So I never get to do it, but this Monday I was able to just I looked up, I saw, I think Buffalo was first. So Buffalo was on at noon. I just said, oh, let me check in with that. So I commented a little bit, talked to him, you guys in the chat, and I listened to him till he was done. Then right after him, Jake was on. I'm like, oh, look at this. I went over to Jake and I watched that whole show while I was doing my work. Then who was it? Oh, no, then it was Rob. Then it was O'Leary. O'Leary was on the Jets report. And I said, oh, this is great. And I hung out with him. Then I watched the Robert Saleh press conference. And I saw you guys in there. I was talking to Robbie and Hawk and some other guys in there. And I was like, this is fucking great. This is like 4 or 5 hours straight with you guys. And then I said, you know what? Like nobody was on. So I went live. I was like, let's do it. And I brought Jeremy on, Jets Chaos. And we hung out with you guys for an hour and a half. It was like, honestly, it got me through the day, dude. I got so much work done, but in the background, I had you guys talking Jets all day long. So I got to see what it was like on your end. Because admittedly, I listen to Matt O'Leary every week. I watch a Ryan video every week. Again, I like to catch Jake when I can. I never watch Jets Chaos ever. I think it's just so difficult to listen to. But other than that, I'm just kidding. I like to watch Jeremy if I can. I like to listen to Frankie's another one. I really love Frankie's channel. That's why I asked Frankie to come on with me on Thursday. I thought Frankie was excellent. I was like, this guy's good, man. So I wanted him on. And I think that he does a good job for us too. But yeah, so I like it, man. It's really neat to be able to do that with you guys. So, yeah. So number one, thanks for saying it. But yeah, it's such a cool thing we have, dude. Really. Let's see. Frank Wilson says, if the offense comes out flat against Seahawks, is it time to start questioning Mike LaFleur? Well, no. I think we have to look at the whole game. And here's why, Frank. If we do have a pattern this season, it's that, and what, right or wrong, Mike LaFleur seems to use the first half as like an opportunity to test the defense and see what they're going to do. And in the second half of almost every game this year, particularly our victories, the offense looks completely different in the second half. So flat, maybe, but ineffective is different. Like we do it every live stream, Frank. Like, and me and Jeremy talk about it on the live streams with you guys. We fall to pieces in the first half. This is bullshit. Why? Blah, blah, blah. And we do it. But every week we see it. We crumble in the first half emotionally. Then the second half comes and we're a completely different team. And I think that might be LaFleur using his sets, his alignments to see how the defense is going to respond so he can set them up for the second half to take control of the game. Now, is that right? I don't know. I think you probably could do a better job of kind of maybe using the whole game to fucking score points, maybe. But right or wrong, I think he should get the full game before we start questioning LaFleur. Because here's the thing, Frank. While I think LaFleur, I mean, we got to remember, he's a new coach. This is his first time ever doing this. He had last season. He's clearly improved from last season to this season. I don't even think it's debatable. I really don't. I have lots of problems with LaFleur, but I think you have to acknowledge that every quarterback that's come into this offense, not named Zach Wilson, has been able to throw 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. Like they're all able to do that. And at bare minimum, they're able to move the ball, right? We at least move the ball consistently with Mike White, with Joe Flacco, with Josh Johnson last year. And Zach has had his times too. But Zach is the one where the brakes get hit. So I think Mike LaFleur has done enough showing us that the scheme works. While he still has warts and he's still a young coach and still has a lot of maturing and growing to do, I think he's shown enough that his offense can at least be competitive in the NFL. I mean, even look at how many times guys were open in the game, just in the Jaguars game. I mean, look at when Streveler came in, that pass to Uzoma was wide open. You want to know why, dude? Because they're putting 8-9 in the box to take away our run game, and they're making our quarterbacks, who have proven up to this point, Zach and Streveler at least, and Flacco to some degree, that they're daring our quarterbacks to have to beat them. If the quarterback can beat us, fine. But they're taking away the run game. And even with Streveler trying to take his running ability away too. So guys are going to be open. And LaFleur has been able to capitalize on that. Dude, Zach's missing dudes all over the place. They're open though. And that's the thing. Like, and if you start to have a quarterback, like when Mike White was able to hit those, mid to long passes, dude, the defense had to spread out, and therein lies the potential for the running game. We saw Bam Knight get 95 yards, 78 yards. You know what I mean? We saw it. We saw it happening because the defense couldn't just clump up on the line. So that's the thing. Like, people ask all the time, like, what happened to the running game? Running game sucks. Dude, they're putting all their resources into stopping that one aspect of our game. Because Zach can't beat him, dude. It's just that simple. It's that simple. I see my buddy Dom C in the house. What's up, Dom? Good to see you. So Scantlebury's back. Thanks for getting my last name right. People usually fuck it up. You know what I always get, Scantlebury? My last name is Sarekia. That's my real last name, not Bean, right? Imagine. I know a lot of you are shocked to hear that. My last name is Sarekia. So S-A-R-R. That's the first 4 letters. What I get all the time is 2 things. Sriracha, which I guess that makes sense. Sriracha, I get it. Sriracha. So I would say 8 out of every 10 people that try call me Sriracha. The other 2 call me, what is it? How do they say it? Skarnecki. Saccharia. That's what they call me. Saccharia. Sack. Like I say, this is my end. They go, Mr. Saccharia. I say, take a second, look at that, and sound it out. They go, sack. I'm like, no. Sound it out. Is the third letter a C or a K? Is that what you're seeing? I literally do this with people. They go, Sar. I'm like, oh, here we go. Sarichi. Okay, at least you're close. Sack. How the hell do we get to sack? So I'm with you, Scantleberry. I love that last name. So, hey, look, my good buddy Devin Walsh is in here. Hi, Devin. Devin, if you guys saw it on Instagram, made a video saying he doesn't like the Jets. He's not a Jets fan, but he roots for the Jets because of us, because of GreenBean, and by proxy, you guys. He loves this. So he roots for the Jets. And this season, he's been finding himself turning on Jets games to root for us. Isn't that interesting, Mr. Devin Walsh? Devin Walsh, what a friendly guy. All right, let me try to catch up here. So I talked for a little bit, so let me try to catch up. Again, thank you all for the support, the memberships, the super chats, and just the greatest conversation. I love catching you guys in there. Like some of the time, like I see your conversations like back and forth. It's like there's a whole other show going on over there. I respect the hell out of that. I love it. Really. Now, real quick, Mitch, what is going on with this? I see a bunch of you guys with the boxes. What's the boxes mean? You guys got to tell me. I see Fierce Grim and Sully. You guys seen that a couple times. What do the boxes mean? Tell me what that means. All right, somebody tell me. I'll try to catch up and see what that is. So Mitch checking in. Thank you, buddy. He says, Green, we all wanted to be in the hunt in December. So successful year. If we make the playoffs, teams are not going to want to play us. Go Jets. I think you're nailing it 100%, dude. If we get on a roll right now and we make it in, like, so if our defense, like they get inspired by the offense, because remember the last couple weeks, dude, they know the offense can't even stay on the field more than 3 plays. They know it. That takes the wind out of their sails, and they still held the Jacksonville Jaguars to 19 points. Like, that's still a very, very manageable game. And they were not getting any help. I think it was 40 minutes to 20 minutes, some shit like that. It was completely lopsided time of possession. Now, they had their problems getting off the field, but again, that's because there's a lack of inspiration, dude. It's like they're the ones out there all day. So if they take them off the field, they're going to be back on the field in 5 minutes. It doesn't matter. You see what I mean? So there's kind of a lack of motivation to get off the field. Let's just go down the field and hold them to a field goal. Like, that's kind of the mindset, I would think. So if we get on a tear right now, like if Mike White comes in, and he's not Joe Montana. That's not what we're trying to say. But if Mike White can come in and the offense can move again, Garrett Wilson, Elijah Moore, Corey Davis, Bam Knight, if these guys can get going and we can be a 24 to 30 point team, and that's going to make our defense that much better, and they're going to come alive again. Quinnen Williams, C.J. Mosley, fucking Sauce Gardner, DJ Reed, all these guys, they're going to come alive again. And this team going into the playoffs, if we make it in, Mitch, we're going to be a handful. We are. Now, I have no illusions that we're going to the Super Bowl this year, but we're going to be a handful. And whoever we play, win, lose, or draw, there are no draws, so win or lose, they're walking out with a fat lip, bro, and a black eye. You know it. They're not going to step on us. It's more likely that there's a battle than we're going to see some bullshit 45-6 wild card game. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I think you're right. And again, to your first point, dude, we have to keep that in mind. And the problem is, guys, and I totally understand it. It's not that we're ungrateful for being in the hunt this late in the season, because that is what we asked for, and we are here. The problem with it is that all the wins were a month and a half ago. We haven't seen but one win since the bye. That sucks. And that is, quite frankly, a massive and epic late season collapse. That's what it is. We've collapsed. Now, yes, the Vikings game was great and we could have won it. Yes, the Buffalo Bills game was very tight and we very easily could have won it. But since then, I mean, the Lions game, sure, we had it. If a defense fucking one play they gave up all damn day, and we lost. So it's like, it sucks. But even with that one, the last two, the Lions and the Jaguars game, it just felt different, man. And it felt different, sad to say, because Zach, bro, that's what it is. First half in the Lions was fun. It was good enough. But, but it's a late season collapse. And it's really that's what puts the bad taste in our mouth. Now, if we went into the bye with like 4 wins and now we were at 7 and 8, so it's kind of balanced, we'd be psyched. We would. It's like, that's what happened. Remember, we were watching all these videos, Jake and O'Leary and everybody, they were making videos about our expectations changing because of the way that the Jets were playing the first portion of the season. And even though I tried to disagree with that take, I was like, well, it shouldn't. We should still be hoping for a 7 to 9 win season, maybe 10, and be super happy about it. it's hard to justify that because, again, going into the bye with 6 wins, coming out with 7 at the end of that's a fucking monumental failure. It just is, even though there's progress. So that's the whole thing. But again, ground floor, we're in the hunt, and it's fine. It's fun, and it's what we haven't seen in many, many years. Youthphoria checking in. Oh, so yeah, I see Robbie Oak and Knobcraft talking about the Tua stuff. Yeah, man, I agree with you guys, man. It's just crazy, dude. The whole thing that they tried to hide that concussion. Don't get me wrong. I understand, like 15 years ago, we're not even talking about this. They're waving smelling salts on his nose. He's snapping up and he's running back in. But we've learned from that. Junior Seau, dude, they've killed themselves because of this damn post-concussion syndrome stuff. This, I forget the CTT, whatever, I forget. Forgive me. But I mean, we see the real damage of this stuff, guys. And I'll tell you what, as much as I am old school, really, I'm an old school fan. I don't like all the injury bullshit. I don't like how I have to sit out, and I don't like it. But the truth is, I know what I don't like more? Finding out that some of the greatest players we've ever seen, or even if they're not great, later in life, they're complete miserable. They're basket cases because of the concussions and all that stuff. I don't want to see that, dude. That's not cool. It's not cool. And we've learned. So when you see this poor young man, Tua, literally being held up on the field, shaking his head, and they just come on out, go, keep pushing him out there. This is a division game. It's not cool. It's not cool. Youthphoria, my buddy, checking in. Unlike the Dolphins, we wait till our quarterback. Look at this. See, same thing, right? You're right in there. Till our quarterback is fully healthy to play Thursday Night Football. Garbage franchise. Tua Brain was fried eggs since the Buffalo game. It's the truth, man. And look, clearly he's a talented quarterback, right? He looked like, there was a portion of the season Tua was legitimately in the conversation for MVP. Now, I don't think he was really the guy, but he was able to be mentioned legitimately. No, I'm not rooting for no Tua Tagovailoa to be a great quarterback. I'm not. As I've explained numerous times, I'm rooting against the Dolphins and every single guy wearing a Dolphins uniform. But let's be real, dude. He's a talented quarterback who was finding himself. But these concussions, you have to look at his health first. This concussion shit, this is brain damage, dude. I was literally talking just today with a very good friend of mine who's a diehard Miami Dolphin fan, born, lived in Miami. He's a doctor, right? He's the only doctor ever to get he's the only person ever to get accepted to Cornell Medical School as a high school dropout. He's the only one in Cornell history to be admitted to Cornell Medical School as a high school dropout. He rebuilt his life and got in there later in his late 20s. And he's now a doctor, a medical emergency room doctor. He's a fucking rock star. But anyway, I was talking to him today about the concussions, and he was saying, realistically, this kid's season should be over. And he's a diehard Dolphin fan. I've been arguing with him about the Dolphins and Jets since 2006 when we met. He's just as passionate as I am on the Dolphin side. He's a fucking animal. But he's like, I was literally talking to him today, and he said, he should not see the field again. 3 concussions in 1 year, with the one of them being so severe that he doesn't even remember the second half of the game. He does not remember it. He's been interviewed. He says the next thing he remembers after the play before that is being in the ambulance. Like that's what he remembers. It's like, and he was out there playing playing football on the NFL stage. He does not even have a recollection of it. That's bad, dude. And they need to suck it up. You need to suck it up. And I'm not saying that as a fan hoping their starting quarterback is out. I'm really not. This shit's delicious, by the way. Woo! All right. So yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you, Youthphoria. BG the Kid checking in. Thank you, BG. He says, Jets have mishandled Zach. Jobs hinge on Zach, and the GM and coaches will be gone if he fails. Not a fan of Mike LaFleur either if he's a play. I got it. BG, you know I love you, man. I disagree with everything you're saying here. I really do. I don't think Joe Douglas's job or Robert Saleh's job is contingent upon Zach Wilson being a success. I don't. I think they've done more than enough. Now, let's say we lose out and we have 7-9 this year, that's a bad taste in the mouth. Okay. And whatever we do next year, if there's like a middle 7-win season next year, I think the following year they're on the hot seat. That's what I think. I don't think anybody's losing their job this year. I don't think maybe Rob Calabrese. I mean, they might do something like that and say, look, we need a better guy in here. They might do that. But you got to give him credit for Mike White, dude. Mike White's he's been developing nicely, perfectly. He's a better quarterback than he was last year. And last year, he was a better quarterback than he was in Dallas. So you got to give credit in the same way that we're giving lumps. You know what I mean? But Joe Douglas, I mean, dude, you can say Joe Douglas whiffed on this guy. He whiffed on that guy. Look at all the guys he hit on. Okay. He's completely rebuilt this team. He tore it all the way down to the studs. There's like 3 players that are still here, right? What we got? CJ Mosley. You have Quinnen Williams. You have Nathan Shepard. Who else, dude? Hennessy, the long snapper, still here. Boyer, the special teams coach, is still here. I mean, if we had Faduka, we had a couple of guys up till last year. We lost a lot this year. Wesco, Chuma Idoga, those types of guys. But like Marcus May, Jordan Jenk, those guys are long gone now, man. Who else? Is there anybody here? Right? Quinnen, Shepard, CJ. I'm going through in my head. I can't see anybody, right? Maybe I'm missing one here or there, but I mean, the team is completely different. And don't forget, they had pillars here. Sam Darnold, Marcus May, Jamal Adams, Leo Williams. They had pillars. Chris Herndon. They had the guys. Remember when they changed the uniform, everybody on that stage, on the announcement, the big poster that they made, dude, every one of those guys, that's who the Jets were building around. Joe Douglas had most of those guys gone in 1 year. Half of them were gone. Gone. Right, who else was on? You had Jamal, you had Sammy, you had Leo, you had Herndon, you had was it Enunwa, maybe? I don't know. They didn't have Quinnen on there. It's so stupid. He was the one guy that was a star. So anyway, I mean, dude, listen, from BG the Kid, this year, we realistically might be looking at the offensive and defensive rookie of the year. And that's not even including Breece Hall, Jermaine Johnson, he's not shot out of a cannon, but he's fucking very good, dude. He's a legit player. I like him. I think he's going to develop perfectly. You got Michael Clemens. Max Mitchell came out and ended up being really good. We have the blood clot thing. And the last couple snaps he had, 20 snaps were not good. But other than that, he's been great. He's been a great 4th-round pick. Look at Brandon Eccles and Michael Carter II, Michael Carter, the running back. I mean, dude, there's players all over the place. This team, AVT again. I mean, we had all these guys. Dude, he's completely rebuilt the team. Now, he's whiffed. He's made his mistakes. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think that there's any real – I think there's way too much on the one side of the scale for Zach Wilson being a miss to make them lose their jobs. That's my thought. So that's my thought. Again, we can all have our thoughts, but usually I'm right. I'm just kidding. But I'm really not, BG. I think I'm right all the time. I was right so many times. So many times. But I'm wrong a lot too. Remember, I'll tell you what, just for shits and giggles, I'll give one. I was dead wrong. I was dead wrong about the Jets going for Sauce Gardner in this draft. I was almost, I wasn't, but I was almost condescendingly confident. Like, dude, you guys are ridiculous. There's no way the Jets are using the 4th overall pick on a cornerback. That's literally what I was thinking. And I believed that. I was like, there's no way. When they said Sauce Gardner, I could not believe it. It's recorded. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find this. Let me see if I can find this for you. I'll show you, man. I'm a man of my word, and I'm one who I have no problem eating a shit sandwich or being humble. No problem. Jet select Sam Darnold. Jet select Zach Wilson. Come on. I see Breece Hall. Jet select Elijah Moore. What is this? Come on. Draft. Let me see here. New York Jets select Michael Carter. Jets select Elijah Moore. Jets select draft Sauce Gardner phone call. We're getting there. Draft flashback. Okay. Jamal Adams. Ugh. Max Mitchell. Zach Wilson. Come on. Max Mitchell call. Kayvon Thibodeau call. Sam Darnold. There's that. Jermaine Johnson. Come on, we're getting there. Jeremy Ruckert. Irvin Charles. I'm just kidding. Joe Douglas. What's this? Draft. Nope. Come on. This is bullshit. You guys are going to see. I was stunned. If I can find it. I couldn't believe it. Draft contest. AVT pick. Breece Hall pick. Jesus. Breece Hall draft call. Come on. I can't believe it, dude. What is this craziness? Man, I can't. Sauce Gardner draft phone call. Let me just see if this maybe this has the pick too. I know it doesn't. Let me see. Nope. Let me see. 2022 draft. Let me see. I'm not going to spend all night on this. I can't believe I can't find it. I have all this stuff organized. Garrett Wilson phone call. Joe Douglas. Because I have our reactions. Garrett Wilson, Jets select. Garrett Wilson. Jets, there's Sam Darnold again. Draft blunders. That's always fun. Michael Carter. I can't believe it, guys. I can't find it. I can't spend any more time on this. Sorry, Robbie, but it's funny, man. You can see both me and O'Leary are like, we're deadpan. Ryan goes, yeah, all right. He's losing his mind. I was like, really? And then I said, okay. As much as I liked Garrett Wilson, you guys know I talked about it all pre-draft. I didn't think we needed to use one of our 2 first-round picks on a wide receiver. I was fine with waiting till the second round and all the guys that are going to be there, right? Watson and Dubs and all those guys, whatever. But I said, if we're going to, I want it to be Garrett Wilson. He was my number 1 wide receiver, but I didn't think we were going to. But if we did, I thought it would be pick 10 because we were going to go with an edge rusher pick 4. Now, when we took Sauce Gardner pick 4, I was 100% convinced they were taking an edge rusher with pick 10. 100%. Both Jermaine Johnson and George Karlaftis were still there. I was like, okay, fine. I'm good with either one of those guys. I preferred Karlaftis, if I'm going to be real honest. But I was like, okay, we're definitely going to take an edge. When they went cornerback and wide receiver, I literally didn't know what was happening. I couldn't believe it. And neither could O'Leary. And O'Leary said, O'Leary was a Garrett Wilson dude, and he still couldn't believe it. Dude, we really didn't. We left the first round without a freaking edge rusher again. Like every year since, who was the last first round edge? I mean, technically speaking, Leo was an edge, but he wasn't. technically speaking, you could say Copels was kind of an edge, but he wasn't. You know what I mean? You could say Copels was. But like the last one was like Lagerman. Lagerman was a second, right? Like we just never draft edge rushers and we need them. And it was like, I said, this is the year. The fact that we didn't, I could not believe that we yet again found a reason to not take a fucking edge rusher. So there you go. So while I'm right all the time, I have to admit, I'm right a lot. I've been wrong too, dude. And I've been wrong big time. So there's that. But Zach, I was not on the Zach train, as you guys will definitely remember. If you remember why. If you were watching me, then you know. I wasn't anti, but I was not on that train. Jets fans were gaga, googly-eyed for Zachy Poo, but I wasn't. Anyway, Tony Alexio checking back in. Thank you, Tony. He says, our offensive line can't stop a nosebleed. Thanks, Bart. Yeah, can't stop a nosebleed. We want and need Streveler time to win. White is great. Our wounded warrior help Streveler time to win. Dude, Tony, I'll tell you what. I'm glad I didn't ban you when you were writing dummy every 5 seconds. I really am, because you've become very endearing to me. You're a funny dude, and I get it. I get it now with you. I think you're awesome, by the way. I just really do. I love what you do. I love the way you handle it, and I think you're fun. But let me say this. I don't think our offensive line is as bad as we are thinking. I really don't, man. I think it's not that they're great, right? They're definitely not great, but they're not as bad as the run game looks, because there's 9 guys in the box, 8, let's say 8, consistently 8, sometimes 9 guys in the box. It's hard to open up holes for a run game against that type. I think now we're not good enough to do that. That I will say. But the passing, I think, like, I forget, I was looking at some numbers, like there's 2.5 to 3 seconds, a lot. Not enough, but enough that if we could connect, we could settle this down. And then the run game can open up. And then when you got the run game opened up, then they can't pin their ears back. You see what I mean? It's like, it's all symbiotic, dude. One thing creates this, which creates that, which creates this. And I don't think they're as bad as it looks when you have piss poor quarterback play. They're not great, dude, but they're not terrible. This is not week 1, 2021 offensive line. Remember that? They were literally, there would be 3 offensive linemen over here blocking no one and 5 rushers coming from this way with nobody in their face. They were doing that to us all day. That's different. So let me see something. So you know what it is, Furious Grim, with the boxes? I think I just can't see them. I can't see certain things with the platform. Yeah, like Chode. Let me see something here. I can't, I think I'm not able to see what these emojis are on the platform I'm using. So I'm on StreamYard, a live streaming platform. Even though I see your chat and I see most of what's going on, I can't see a lot of those. I think they're coming up as just blank boxes. But either way, though, Tony, because I see what you're saying here. Steven, you were asking me about it. Yeah, Steven. Yeah, right. That's what it is. That's literally what's happening. So, yeah, so I think that we're going to see 3 quarterbacks dressed this week. That's what I think. And I think that we might see Streveler packages because they can be effective if used properly. And I think that Flacco is there as kind of emergency kind of a thing. But I honestly believe there's a realistic potential that Streveler would come in if something happened to Mike White. I believe it. Now, if he went down in the first quarter, I don't think they're giving Streveler the whole game. I think that would be unlikely. Okay, yeah. So that's what. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate it. Okay, I know I'm getting to it late. I'm trying to get down there. Let me see though. It's so weird because, like, it's funny. Like, I can't, like, even like guys like Jets 830 on YouTube, it looks different than I see it. Kevin, we know you were wrong. You don't have to prove how wrong. That's funny, Kevin. I'm just trying to show, man. You know what I mean? I don't just pounce when I'm right. I own when I'm wrong, dude. But yeah, I don't see, like, I'm on StreamYard, so I'm not really on YouTube. I can access YouTube, but I don't run the streams through YouTube. I'm on a different platform. So I can't even see, like, Jets 830 to me just looks like Jets 830. It's a font. What you have is like the emotes, like you have the box numbers. I don't see that on StreamYard like that. So it's different. Kevin C, there you are. Thank you, buddy. He says, GreenBean, Jets aren't toxic for booing players or telling the staff they think. Family is off limits, I agree, but fans who pay money don't deserve this crap. I agree. Booing's fine. I didn't say anything about booing, Kevin. Now, one incomplete pass, I think maybe we should fucking have a smidgen more patience. But I do know that it's not singular. It's led up to that. But here's the thing. I think everything you said is correct. All right. And I didn't say anything different than that. All right. I want you to know that. Family's off limits, dude. And I think waiting an hour and a half after the game in the rain to tell somebody I think that's a little ridiculous too, bro. I think get a grip. That's what I think. And I think this, in today's day and age with this, you can say anything online and nobody can fucking fatten your lip. I think that if you're going to wait an hour and a half for somebody to walk out of their job when they're already upset and pissed and angry, and I'm sure all that stuff, and then you say, hey, you suck, blah, blah, blah. You've now opened up the can and you have created a scenario when you can get your fucking face broken. Now, it's Joe Douglas. He's the Jets GM. Maybe he shouldn't do that. And I know that if he did, he'd be in lawsuits forever. He'd have to pay millions of dollars. So there's that. That's part of it. And it is what it is. But if you're going to wait for some other man and you're going to get in his face and hurl insults, I think you've changed the framework of what's happening here. And if you get your face broken, it's part of the deal. That's how I think. I don't think you should do that. But you have the right if you want to. But they shouldn't have to absorb that and not be able to do anything in return. That's my thought. But again, here's the other way I'll look at this. While I agree, we have the right to boo, and I have defended our right to boo on numerous occasions, man. Okay? I have. And humorously, I've also given people shit for booing too early. And then 20 minutes later, I was booing. So, you know what I mean? I'm not exactly, on stable ground here all the time. But here's the thing. I think this. If we do want somebody to be successful, creating and adding to pressure does not help that. I don't know. Booing doesn't work. Now, once it's dog shit, booing to let everybody know this is unacceptable is perfectly fine. Screw you. We are not happy, and this is unacceptable. Yes, that's what booing is. Drive one with an incomplete pass, 20,000 people, boo. Dude, that doesn't help. And me, the ultimate goal is I want to win. That's the ultimate goal. Right? So that's how I think. Like, what am I doing? What's my desired result? And what's more important? Is my boo more important than letting the guy potentially get comfortable and actually give me what I really want? That's how I think. Right or wrong, Kev? I don't know. I'm right. That's why you didn't know. Right? I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I'm right, but I don't really know. I'm right. See what I mean? Jets Maniac Matt checking in. Bean, you missed my super. Where? No way. Let me see, Jets Maniac Matt. I think I read it because I remember. I'm going to go back up right now. Thank you for telling me. I'd never want to do that. BG the Kid, Euphoria. Because I read one from you, Jets Maniac Matt. There's A. Mitch. It only lets me go so far. So let me see. There's Scantleberry. Tony Alexio. Brian Scantleberry. Steven. Knobcraft. Gary. The members. All right. Come on. Jets Maniac Matt. What is a realistic stat line you need to see in the week solidify? I did not fucking see this, dude. Hey, I owe you one, bro. Okay? I owe you one. I thank you for telling me because it's the worst thing for me to pass. I hate it. That's why it's so good when I can have Jeremy and Watsuke in the background helping me because it's not easy. I want you to know it's like, I mean, it's not like I'm not roofing, right? I'm not going to complain. It's not an easy job like carrying roofing shingles onto a roof in 98 degrees in August. I'm not saying that, but it's not easy to keep track of this shit. It's just not. It's like, it's difficult, man. There's a lot of stuff flying through the screen and I apologize. It's the end of my excuses. Okay. So what is a realistic stat line we need to see in the weeks to come to solidify White as our quarterback for 2023? That is something we need to find out as soon as possible. Well, here's the thing. I think that if Mike White can get us 250 plus and a couple touchdowns and limit the interceptions. So let's say he's 257, 2 touchdowns and 0 picks. I think that's good. Right now, if he gets 308, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks, same difference, right? If he gets over 300 yards, more picks than more touchdowns than interceptions, I think that's good too. But I think Jets Maniac Matt, here's what I think that would need to happen for Mike White to be solidified as our starter. He would need to be healthy through both of these games, win them both. We get into if that happens, even if we don't get into playoffs, like let's say the Pats win out and we just don't get in, but we do everything we got to do, I think that bodes well. But I don't think that's enough. I think that Mike White would have to do that, get us into the playoffs, win a playoff game, and make it healthy through all those games for them to even consider it. That's what I think. Because I don't think that the problem is Mike White's ability. I think he's an NFL quarterback. Now, is he ever going to be a great NFL quarterback? I don't know. But he's already better than he was last year, dude. So he's developing. It's funny. I saw somebody, forget who it was, Jets Gang, maybe somebody said, we already know Mike White's ceiling. He's not going to get any better. I disagree. I mean, Mike White has 7 NFL starts, bro. Of course he's going to get better. Or at least he could get better. I don't know if he's going to. But Mike White, if he started a whole NFL season, you don't think at the end of a full season, 17 games, if he stayed, you don't think that he's going to be better at the end of that? Of course he will. Reps, rapport, all those kinds of things come into play, man. Seeing more than 5 NFL defenses. You know what I mean? Like Mike White has 7 starts. 2 of them were against the Bills. You know what I mean? So it's like we're talking about 6 defenses he's ever seen as a starter. So I think something like that. I think the injury thing, and Egerton, our good friend in the chat, Egerton Bullock, he had a good point. He said Mike White's injuries are not chronic injuries. It's not like we're always looking at this knee. Oh, this guy's knees. And that's a great point. Right? It really is. Like Mike White, he had he hit his fucking finger, a hand on a helmet or something like that, and his finger got hurt. And then he gets walloped and he breaks his ribs. Whose ribs could stand that, right? Whose ribs could absorb that hit and not be a little cracky, right? And then he had, what was the other one? His shoulder, right? Something. So he's had 4 injuries in 7 games, though. So even though it's not chronic, he does look like an injury-prone guy, man. He does. He does. But I think that they're going to weigh that out. Is it just bad luck? Is it just, hey, man, the guy's fine. He's a warrior. He clearly had broken ribs. He fought to come back on. He came back on and played well. He boosted the whole team. Like all that stuff does apply, man. So I think this, if he can stay, if he gets hurt again, I think it's just a wrap. I really do. As far as them being confident enough to go into the season with him as their starter, I think it's a wrap. If he gets hurt again. But so if he gets, let's say that if he gets 250, 270, 2 touchdowns, no picks for the next 2 or 3 games, wins out, gets us into the playoffs, stays healthy, win, lose, or draw in the playoffs, but he's healthy and plays well, we don't lose because of him, I think he's a definite candidate, man. I think you have to consider him, man, for real. I really do think that. So, all right. I hope that answers your question adequately, Jets Maniac Matt. And I am sorry. I am. I hate myself for it. You don't know how hard on myself I really am, bro. I'm like, how the fuck did you miss? There's a guy in here going, you suck. You piece of shit. That's what's going on right now. I got another guy in there going, come on, relax. You're doing fine. You didn't mean it. You didn't do it on purpose. This is what goes on in here. While I'm like, talking to you guys, that's what's going on in here. There's like a bunch of people fucking banging on cymbals and shit. That's what's going on in my head. And I'm just talking to you guys, looking like I'm chilling. I'm not. I'm never chilling. So anyway, here you go, buddy. I am sorry. Thank you for telling me. I apologize that you had to throw $2 more up there to let me know. It sucks. My bad. I owe you one. All right. Let's see. Jets, New York 102 checking in. If we make the playoffs, it's us against the Chiefs or Bills. Who do you prefer? Bills all day. And then Robert Saleh can be right. And everybody that said, boy, Robert Saleh is clearly not, like they tried to make it a story. Like Robert Saleh said, we'll see them again. I have a feeling. Does Robert Saleh not know that they only played them twice? And then they asked Garrett Wilson before he knew what Robert Saleh said. Did you know Robert Saleh said that you're going to play the Bills? He goes, I thought we only played them twice. And they look, the Jets don't know what they're talking about. Everybody's like, they made it this fucking stupid story. If we went into the playoffs and played the Bills, we could turn around, he could take the receipt and stick it down their goddamn throat. You know what I mean? That's what he could do. You see what I mean, you bunch of assholes? Because that's what our beat is in large part. Not all of them, but every other one is. I'll tell you that. So I prefer the Bills all day. I think the Chiefs fucking wipe the floor with us. That's what I think. Now, I'm not saying the Bills can't beat the Chiefs. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that we are better matched to the Bills, know each other, beat them once, almost had them again. Very tough one-score game, dude. Let's be real. And our defense does a good job of stymieing or at least limiting Josh Allen. So I'd rather just do that, get another swing at them, rather than go get our asses beat up by the Chiefs, man. I don't think we're ready. I don't think we got the chops for them yet. I think we'd play them hard. But I don't think we got it for them. I don't. Call me what you will. That's what I think. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's see. This is Sully. I love you, buddy. You're dead wrong. Bryce Petty was a train wreck. Train wreck. At least Zach Wilson, we could say he sucks because he's damn, he's beat up and confused. And I don't know. I mean, I guess you got a point. I guess you do. But I don't know if I agree. Let me say it that way. Shade, this is a good comment. Chode Uglis. That's awesome. It makes me sick to see Tua get ragdolled the way he does. If he gets killed out there, they need to send the entire Dolphins front office to prison. Dude, think of how much bullshit the Dolphins front office has been called on this past 12 months. The Tua stuff is absurd, okay? like in front of everybody. I get it if you're like trying to say like somebody's got like they're technically got like right over the line of concussion, like, but they're good. I get maybe considering that. Tua was lost. He was on another planet and they pushed him back out there. Go ahead, go get him, kid. And he's got another one. They got to take, I mean, dude, I don't know. But like all the Tom Brady stuff, dude, their owner got banned from or suspended. Come on, dude. They lost a first round pick. Think of all the bullshit our AFC East teams do. All the shit they pull. And here we are, the good guys. Squeaky clean Jets. 4-13, 3-30. You know, that's us. It's about time that the good boy gets a damn, gets a prize. You know what I'm saying? But I'm with you, man. V-Man, what's up, V-Man? Good to see you. We got an NC V-Man floating around here, buddy. Frankie was confused, started talking guitars with him. I said, that's not V-Man. That's a different V-Man. He goes, oh, okay. Just so you know. Good guy. Good guy. But thank you anyway. He says, why are Jets fans scared of Pats? Why are Jets fans scared the Pats will win out? What have they shown this season they can win critical games in December? They are a sloppy mess. Well, it's not that I think we're scared. You're right. Okay. The Pats are definitely not the Pats that we're used to. Okay. No way. No how. And the sad part about it is, V-Man, is that they should already be out of the damn mix. We should have beat them at least once, in my opinion, twice. We're the better team, and it was all about one damn player that we lost those 2 games. It's the truth, and it sucks. And therefore, you can pin them on the coach, but I get it. I do get it. I don't agree, but I get it. But they shouldn't even be in the mix right now. We did that to them. We gave them that life. But the thing is, this is what I think most Jets fans are just innately feeling. It's not that we're scared the Pats will win out. We're scared that the damn Pats, the energy, the curse, that it works out in such a way that maximum pain is once again inflicted on us. Therefore, the Pats will win. We will be out. And it's like, think about this. Like, even if the most painful way that this can happen is that we win both games and still don't make it. That's the most painful way, because then we're kicking ourselves for all the stupid shit, the 1-score games that we lost all year. That's it. Now, I could argue that it would be more painful for us just to lose out, end up 7-9 and winning 1 game the whole second half of the season. That's arguably more painful. But it's not. It's not. So win out, do everything you can to get in there, and the Pats just do the Pats thing and they slide in. So it's the Dolphins and the Pats. I don't know, man. I think that's really what we're more afraid of, buddy. That's what I think. Dio agrees with me on the Bills. What's up, Dio? I see you in here, buddy. So yeah, I mean, clearly, right? What JD drafted Zach? Yeah, I get it. I'm not saying I love all JD's picks, bro. I'm not. Like, that's the thing. Like, people are, Kev, like a lot of people are so black and white. It's like you either think this or you think that. If you think this, then you must not think this. That's all crazy. That's new. That's a new kind of polarized thought process in this world. I do not subscribe to that shit, man. I don't. Like, I'm not this or that. I'm this and a little bit of this and even some of this. That's what I am. I am many things, and no one pins me down, bro. No one. I think what I think because I collect information, and if new information comes and I think something else now, I do that. That's actually a sign of intelligence. I'm super smart, you see. It's a sign of intelligence, being able to change your mind when new information is presented. You don't have to keep the same opinion because that was your opinion yesterday. You don't have to. So here's the thing. I've hated numerous Joe Douglas picks. Numerous. Hated. James Morgan, dude. I hated the Ashton Davis pick. Hated it. I thought Becton, while I probably would have taken Wirfs, I loved the balls to take Becton. I loved it. And I loved the position. I wanted a left tackle. And then getting Denzel Mims in the second, thought it was perfect. Now, you can never know if the players are going to work out, but the picks, the positions, dude, the Jets, we weren't even able to pick the right position for a decade. Think about this. We traded three freaking second-round picks to move up 3 spots to take a quarterback, and our next pick was a small school defensive tackle who's 25 years old. That's what we do. So when we got a GM that actually knew these are the positions you need in order to build a team around this young quarterback. First 2 picks, left tackle, big 6'3", 4'3" wide receiver. You know what I mean? That's the way to do it. When he followed that with Ashton Davis, I almost vomited. I was so excited going in. I'm like, what? We had Jamal Adams and Marcus May. That's what leads me to believe he already knew that at some point in the very near future, Jamal Adams is gone. He was already setting it up. That's what I think. I didn't like the pick. I didn't even like the player. It was, it's a really great pick. He's super athletic. I'm like, he's a fucking track star, dude. I don't like those guys. Now, again, I'm rooting for Ashton Davis and everything, but I didn't like the pick. Followed that with James Morgan. I was like, what's happening to my beautiful draft? You know? I didn't love all the cornerbacks and, I didn't love Pinnock. Pinnock, I didn't like. I liked Michael Carter II. I did not like Pinnock, and I did not like Eccles. I liked Michael Carter II a lot. I liked Jamian Sherwood a lot. I also liked Hamza Nasruddin a lot. I thought he was an absolute steal where you can't pass him at that point. He was talked about as being a second round pick. You know what I mean? And he's just simmering on our back burner right now, man. Developing. But they're changing his position too. It's weird. Whatever. But so anyway, I don't like a lot of what Joe Douglas does, but I see the vision and I see the picks and I see how he's doing everything is the way I have wanted to see it being done for decades, dude. For a long time. Even Tannenbaum, who obviously we had some fun and he built some great teams. A lot of this shit he did, I was like, really? Like we have 3 picks in the draft. And we had 4 picks and he's trading up to take a running back and to throw. What the fuck are we doing? You know what I mean? Sean Green is a good enough pick. I didn't love Sean Green coming out. I think if he got to you, fine, but trading up for him, look, he made it 3 years. It's kind of what I saw at the time. And I wasn't like a draft guy like I am now back then, but I still watched. I still knew. I still looked at players, and I was still in. But I think when you look at the Zach Wilson pick, right? They did their research, man. I am 100% convinced the presence of Greg Knapp is what allowed them to take that type of a swing on the potential Zach Wilson has. I'm 100%. I have no question in my mind. It was the president, oh, look, here you go now. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm talking about. I know, but look what you're doing. You're going way back to like his first ever draft, dude. That's what you're doing to find shit. Like, again, he's got probably the rookie offensive and defensive rookies of the year this year. In addition to Breece Hall, ABT, sure, they got injured. In addition to Michael Carter II, Michael Carter, the running back. It's like, dude, there's talent all over the field. You're nitpicking. You're being selective. Look at it. Look at the growth of this team. We were an absolute laughing stock. We're not. That's because of Joe Douglas. No matter what look, you're just talking about one draft, bro. One draft. And you waited until now, right? And you waited until now for this one because this is the only week since fucking week 3 that makes any sense. You waited all season to have that one, you grumpy bastard. I know what I see, and you know what you see too, so stop it. Just stop. You You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why you want to be so grumpy. You can see it. I know you see the difference. If you don't see the difference between the Jets now and the Jets 5 years ago, then I don't know. I don't know what you're seeing, what you're watching. I know what the hell's going on. Again, I'm right. I love being right. I love being right. There you go. And we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll just watch this team. I'm a big fan of being happy. I don't grump during the good times and shit like that to hopefully be right later. That shit fell apart. I have a good time. I root. I see positive, and that's my choice. Here he is again. GreenBean, watch my video. I didn't attack him personally. I don't even know what's your video. Show me what send it to me. Oh, this is you. This is all right. This is that, Kevin. Okay. I didn't make the connection. Dude, listen to me. I'm going to tell you right now. I watched your video. And I read all the threads on Jetnation and I read the merge. Okay. I'm still there. I don't comment as much anymore because number one, I don't have the time. But number two, I don't want to hear it. Jetnation's a tough joint sometimes. You know what I'm talking about. But Kevin, listen to me. What you did is fucking ridiculous. Okay. Straight up. You don't have to agree. We can disagree on that. What you did, you talked about waiting being miserable that you sat in the game in the rain. You're complaining about sitting for 3 hours in the rain, yet you stayed another hour in the rain. Doesn't make sense. And again, I firmly believe if you do that, if you can, if you want to heckle and say to another man, you're this, you're that, you suck, whatever it is, then you open the doors to further conflict. Now, again, you heard me say it. If he hits you, he shakes you up, dude, all you got to do is call your lawyer. You know how that's going to go, right? And I think that he's got to know that, and that's on him. But I'm a believer that if you wait for somebody walking out of their job an hour later, and there's a guy out there, you suck. You said you were telling Rob Calabrese he's a shitty offensive coordinator or quarterback. Dude, they see all that stuff. And no man likes that. And if you think that you're impervious, then you're fucking crazy, man. Right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you have the right to do that, sure. But you also need to know that you're not impervious to retort. And if the retort is physical because somebody's had it up to here, then that's what you're going to deal with, buddy. I know, beat Trev. Again, and I've said on numerous occasions, but I don't know if you've seen it, said on numerous occasions, I've known of you. I'm not to say we're friends, right? Of course, but I've known you for years. I've never seen you to be, you're not that guy there are guys on there. I've said the complete asshole. I've never thought of you that way. Never. I'm not going to pretend to know you. Of course, I know you, right? But even on Jetnation for years. But it's like you want to think that I have the right to do this because of this. I paid for a ticket, therefore I have the right to do. Okay, if that's what you think, but you're alleviating a lot of social norms to get to that justification. I am one who thinks no matter how much I dislike someone's job performance, I should not be waiting outside their door when they leave work to hurl insults at them. I shouldn't. Maybe I'm wrong. But again, if that's the case, then you got to know, like where I come from, which is the same place you do, North New Jersey, New York, if you did that, it was a greater than 50% chance you were going to be tumbling. That's just the way it was. Different world. And there you go, Kev. I'll tell you what, if it happened, right? If that happened, I'm happy that it didn't accelerate. Not accelerate, escalate. That's the word. I'm happy that it didn't escalate further. Not only for, I don't want to see the Jets in any bullshit legal stuff, but I also think that Joe Douglas would break you like a pretzel. I think that guy probably knows how to do it. So I wouldn't want to see you get hurt, which you would have. And then if Salah had enough and they just start stepping on your fucking head, you know what I mean? Who wants that? You know what I mean? Yeah, I guess so, Robbie. It's so funny because clearly, Kevin, I know you from here, right? And I've known you on Jetnation. Kevin C, you got some numbers and stuff, but I never connected that was the same guy. Never until right now. It even took me a minute to do that. Now, like I said, I'm a big fan of booing. You know, again, I think booing first drive is a little bit ridiculous. It's like you got there, you were planning to boo. It's like this, guys. There have been so many examples over the years of the one person who got into a fight at the stadium happened to be the guy who's holding a taser or happened to be the guy who has a weapon. You know what I mean? It's self-defense. Like, I was attacked. Yeah. Isn't it interesting that you're the one person who has a fucking taser and you happen to be the guy who gets attacked? You see what I'm saying? Do you see it? If you don't, you don't. I'm not going to explain anymore, but do you see it? And that's where I'm going with this. That kind of stuff. Not 100% applicable, but that's where I'm going with it. Jin Pak with the interesting, very rare $6 super chat, man. I don't think I've ever seen a 6 before. That's pretty cool. Thank you. He says, what a bad move for that guy who could have been killed by. That's what I'm saying. I mean, he's been justified. I read the whole thread. You know, when I read them before they were merged, and then I went back and they were all merged. And I read the whole thing, all 90 or whatever, 64 pages of it, whatever it was. I read the whole thing, Kev. I did. And I saw you defending yourself. And I saw some people rooting for you. And some people calling you fucking ridiculous. And that's where I stand. I think you're being ridiculous. I think the way that I would say, with all due respect, again, you have my respect for everything before that. And even though we've disagreed numerous times right here on my channel, still respect you. That, I think, is ridiculous. I've waited for players after games. I've yelled shit from the stands. I've never waited to insult them. I've waited. I never did it at MetLife. I did it at Giant Stadium years ago. And we'd hang out. We'd get an autograph. We'd shoot the shit for 3 minutes. You know what I mean? Stuff. Rob Moore, Freeman McNeil. I've done Wesley Walker. Did it with, I saw Marvin Washington. A Tune one time. Tune. Yeah, like, so I did that stuff. Some lesser guys, you know, guys that were on the team for a year. Those kinds of guys. Fourth string. You know, tight ends. Boyer, those kinds of guys, you know what I mean? But I've never even considered waiting. I'm being so angry that I've stayed at a game an extra hour in the cold rain to yell an insult. And then I've never been so disillusioned to think that was just going to be allowed without any repercussion. Like, where do you get off? I don't understand. I just don't. Maybe I'm just an antiquated dinosaur, a relic of the past. Maybe. I don't get it. I don't. And I think you're lucky. That's me. And we're allowed to disagree. Johnny Mirahile. I got it. It's the hardest last name in the world for me to say. I don't know why. I think we made it bigger than it is, Johnny. That's what I think it is. I think we made it bigger. We made it into a thing very similar to how Zach Wilson made this whole playing quarterback thing a bigger thing than it should be, right? So he says, Zach has to get a good sport drink. I agree, man. And we're not talking about sports drinks. Ooh, bang my head. We're not talking about sports drinks, but if we were, we'd be talking about Liquid IV, everybody. If we were talking about sports drinks, this is the sports drink to talk about. Liquid IV, the hydration multiplier, essentially turns one bottle of water into the hydration capabilities of 3 glasses or 3 bottles of water. It's amazing. I actually love it. I don't particularly love this flavor right here. My sister-in-law loves it. My wife loves it. I'm a lemon lime guy. I just prefer the lemon lime, and that's allowed. You're allowed to have different tastes, you see. We don't all have to agree, but I like the lemon lime. But the bottom line is this is the stuff, man. If you're looking for hydration drinks, whether you're a hiker, whether you go to the gym, this is the best stuff. It's little packets. You pour it into your bottle of water, and it increases your hydration capabilities from 1 bottle to 3 with the same amount of liquid. If you want to save 20% off of your order, all you need to do, click the link in the description of this very video to get to their website and use promo code GreenBean Jetsfan, all one word, at the end at checkout, and you will be given 20% off your order. But we're not talking about sports drinks. That's just if we were. What we're really talking about is sports shrinks. Now, I don't particularly know what a sports, how the difference sports shrink and regular psychiatrists. I don't know the difference necessarily, but I do know that there are specialties. And I think that with the rigors that a quarterback like Zach Wilson in this particular market would have to deal with, I think being able to work through whatever these hurdles are, whatever these obstacles are that he's dealing with, I think would very much be benefited by talking to somebody about it. I mean, clearly, because look, dude, let's be real. The guy, he has the ability to throw 5-yard, 10-yard, 12-yard passes, man, and he can't hit it. He can still hit the crazy stuff downfield like Brett Favre, but he can't seem to hit the 5-yard out. Can't seem to hit a screen without throwing it into the dirt. What is that? So I'm with you, Johnny. Tampa Pete says, I never understood the narrative that we don't know what Zach is after 20 games, but somehow we know what Mike White is after. Isn't that funny? I know we were just talking about that last week, Tampa Pete. It's a funny double-edged sword, isn't it? It's a major contradiction, man. We are done with Zach after 20 games. I'm sorry. No, we still need to give Zach more time. It's only been 20 games. But Mike White, 6 games, we know. We already know he's capped. We already know. He's good. It's crazy town. It's nuts to me. Kevin, what's this? Now you're trying to take shots? So what? Who gives a shit if I drink Monsters? You going to wait by my house? I'll tell you what. I'm going to be honest with you. This is what it is. If you were waiting here, it would be different. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying. If you want to start trying to throw whatever jabs you're going to throw, you can throw them. But I'm just going to tell you, don't wait outside my job. Please. So, yeah, I know. And the thing is, look, the truth is, I would really like to believe that Mike White is the guy. Now, am I there? I'm not. I think he's good enough to be the best quarterback on our roster right now. And he's good enough to give this team the spark they need and to be effective and efficient enough to win these games. I think all of those things, not only do I think they could happen, I think all those things are going to happen. I feel confident. GreenBean believes. But I don't know, man. The injury thing spooks me. It freaks me out a little bit. Okay, it just does. 4 injuries in 7 games is a lot, dude. Again, like Egerton said, not chronic. And I agree. Still a bit spooky. So he's got 2 games right now. His ribs, they're not a hunch. You know that. He's cleared for contact. But I would be surprised to learn that he's 100%. There's nothing wrong. You know what I mean? He's probably still sore. And So if he takes a clean shot to those ribs, I'm going to be freaking out. I'm going to be freaking out a little bit. But wouldn't it be amazing? Like, think about this. We took a swing on a young kid with the second overall pick. Right? He doesn't work out. Just immense bust. But at the same time, we have a 5th round pick off the scrap heap that we've been developing for a couple years who turns into a franchise quarterback. Could that ever happen to the lowly Jets, man? Wouldn't it be nice for once to just have that happen and for Mike White to be the guy who's here for the next 7 years? Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't it, though? Now, am I ready to believe that? Not so much. Not so much. I'm rooting for it. Now I'm rooting for it. But, I don't know. I don't know how much I'd like to believe it. I'd like to believe it. All right. Okay, let's see what else we got here. So we're going to give this away in a few minutes, guys. I'm going to go into the sub list. I'm going to go through all my subscribers. I'm going to randomly pick somebody to win the Manscaped Weed Whacker. You will have 7 days to email me and claim your prize. Give me the address and I'll mail this out. Don't forget, we're giving away the Manscaped Lawnmower 4.0 on Thursday, Thick of It show. But tonight we're giving away this amazing nose and ear hair trimmer. It's great, dude. I mean, look, I'm not going to go nuts and talk about it being saving the universe or anything. But as far as nose and as nose and ear hair trimmers go, it's about the best one I've had. And I've had a few. And I won't say it'll never give you a pull, but I've had significantly less pulls with this thing than I have with any others. That's the worst, man. When and you pulls and your eyes start tearing. You know what I mean? So that's how that goes. But we're going to give this away in just a few minutes. Let me see what else we got here. But boy, oh boy, would I love Mike White to be the dude. I really would. Okay, what's this one? Chode Uglis again. Still fantastic name. Anything that starts with Chode gets my vote. He goes, thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. So I learned my lesson about screaming things at players after games. We're celebrating the Jets win behind the Monday Night Football broadcast, and the guy next to me screamed, "Don't stab me, Ray," at Ray Lewis. The look Ray Lewis shot me, terror. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what is that? I don't know why that's funny. You know what I mean? Like, that's me. I don't know. Of course, we all have different different senses of humor and all that sort of stuff. But you know what I mean? But I don't know, right, Chode? Like, what is that? Like, what is that? And then, like, I don't know. Like, think about this. So you say that, you think you're being funny. And what if Ray Lewis just goes, I don't give a shit about giving $2 million away to a lawsuit. I'm going to break your fucking neck. You know what I mean? Like, what if he just decides? What are you going to do? You're going to regret it. Yeah, maybe later when you're wheeling your wheelchair around, you got your money, you can go buy all the drinks you want at the club, and spin around in your wheelchair. But you know what I mean? Like, is it worth it, dude? I don't know. I think, like, again, you guys know, I'm more on the side of, like, support, happiness, peace, love. I boo. Don't get me wrong, dude. I still got the old guy in here. I'm an asshole. I told you guys, my default setting is asshole from the word go. That's who I am. I grew up in a family full of assholes. All right. We beat each other up. We fought. We argued. I tell this story. The first time my wife came to my house in Nutley, New Jersey, at my grandmother and grandfather's house, we were doing, Christmas. I don't know, whatever it was. We all were there, 50 of us. And within a half hour, my wife was having an anxiety attack. She said, are they going to fight? Is there going to be a fist fight? I was like, what? What do you mean? This is awesome. We're having a great time. But she couldn't handle it. She's not from that. But us, we're a bunch of assholes. So for me not to be, it takes work because guess what? Being an asshole doesn't feel good. I don't care what anybody thinks. You know what I mean? I didn't even making pretzels. Sorry, I didn't even mean to click off that. But so it's like, I don't know. I'm not young anymore. When I was young, I had a different take. So, you know, the Billy Joel song, The Angry Young Man, that was me. I used to hear that song and go, yeah. I didn't realize that it was actually a snark. It was actually a shot. I didn't even know. I just said, yeah, it's me. I love this fucking song, man. I'm the angry young. I didn't get it. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't. And that is what it is. But again, for me, I would rather be on the side of like, you know, support. That's me. And we can have our fun. We can boo. But once you start saying kill yourself or DMing moms or waiting outside, I don't know. Just think that's crossing the line. That's me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe all 300 of you in here think I'm wrong. It's okay. I still feel like I feel and think like I think. And I think that if I thought before those things, I wouldn't do those things. It's like this one. Let me show you. Like this guy. You know that when you DM someone, you know, with some crazy shit, you think that it's going to be anonymous, right? Like that's why a lot of people do this stuff. You know, a lot of people think, well, nobody will know. It's like the shit we say on here, you know. We like my name is fucking Scratch McCratchin. Nobody knows who I am, so I can say whatever I want. I can go blah 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 blah. And you don't know what nobody's the wiser. Nobody knows what you're seeing, you know, who you are. All right, let me get this off real fast. But so every now and then, the anonymity wall, the protectionary bubble is broken. And then everybody knows who you are, like this one. Oh, let me get that off for you too. Hold on. Whoops. So this is, I showed this one. This is one of the things that Zach Wilson's mom has received from us. Not obviously me and you, but from somebody named Luke. Now, the thing is, she captured it and she sent it out. And I imagine Luke Bacon, upon further contemplation, thought, I probably shouldn't have done that. Now, I don't know Luke. Maybe Luke's still proud of it. But I would imagine that Luke has had some second thoughts because now everybody knows he's a shitbag. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's over the line. Sorry. You know what I mean? That's over the line. I know, taunting and murdering. I know. Well, and look, obviously, we don't know. He was proven innocent, but I don't know. I don't know the details, but I do remember it seemed like, hey, my son's in here. It seemed like, it might be trouble. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm not on any side of it, though. You know what I mean? Well, I love you, Alex. So, all right, let's give this thing away, huh? What do you guys think? Anybody want this thing? I have one. I use it a couple times every week, dude. I use this thing, not this one. I promise. See, it's still all closed up. I promise this is not the one I use. You like that, balls be hurting? You were my inspiration for that one. Scratching McCracken. Scratching McCratchin. McCracken. There you go. At least that's what I was shooting for anyway. I don't even know if it came out of my mouth that way. I never know. But so we're going to give this thing. Right. Great job. Right, Luke? Right, Ant? Good job, Luke. Now, the thing is, Luke's probably in here as, balls be hurting or somebody. I'm just kidding. Balls be hurting. I'm just kidding. But anyway, let's give this thing away. Just nobody wants their name out. Once people know, it's a different story. It's usually a different batch of apples. All right, so let me go into my thing here. We're going to give this away. the Manscaped Weed Whacker nose and ear hair trimmer. Come on. All right, I got to stop thinking. I got too many minds. You ever hear that? Too many minds right now. I got too many minds. All right, so I'm going into my subscribers. I'm going to spin it. All right, how many do I want? I want 50 per page. Let's do lifetime. Oh my God, it's going to be crazy. Here's my, the first one, Jets Talk 24/7. Let's make sure it's not him though, right? What, don't you agree? I see a lot of you in here. It's crazy. All right, I'm just going to spin it. Spin it. And we land on Paul Lipsy. I don't know if you're in here. Let me check if you're in here now. Let me see that. I haven't seen Paul Lipsy. Let's see. Oh, only Paul Klein. You're not Paul Lipsy. All right, so the winner of the Weed Whacker is Paul Lipsy. I'm going to put it out on Twitter. I'm going to put it on Instagram. I'm going to put it on YouTube when the stream is over. So you know that you won. You have 7 days to collect the prize. Mr. Paul Lipsy, congratulations. If you do not, 60 seconds, right, Stud City? I'll give 7 days because just because somebody isn't here doesn't mean that they should win if they've subscribed and they're supporting the channel. But I'm going to give you this Weed Whacker. Just email me through the email that's in the description, bean@greenbeanjetsfan.com. Greg says look, you have a lot of names, Greg. Greg, a.k.a. Gonna Make You Take It, is also Paul Lipsy, he says. Well done. It's not good. Hawk's not Paul. I know. Oh, Hawk was feed, But listen, if Paul doesn't get back in 7 days, so next Tuesday, we'll know. And if not, we'll give it away again. Congratulations, Paul. And again, guys, we're going to give away the Lawnmower 4.0, the amazing, dude. It's the best trimmer I've ever had, and I've had a dozen in my life. Seriously, it's the best trimmer I've ever had. The charge lasts forever. I'm telling you, man, I charge it like once every 3 months. It's crazy. And I use it daily. It's crazy. But the flashlight, I can't say enough about the damn flashlight. But anyway, Paul Lipsy, you are the winner. Congratulations. And I will send it all out all over social media. If you guys know Paul, let him know to email me. When he emails me, I will send me your address and I'll get it out to you. We're also going to give away tonight, surprise, surprise, somebody in this chat is going to get a GreenBean t-shirt of their choice. What do you think of that madness, huh? So if you go to let me see here. I just was able to finally get my damn store up here. Let me see. Is it under here? Is it under this video? My shelf? No. Why isn't it here? Maybe it's not on live streams. Hold on a minute. Let me see here. Oh, it's not here either. Anyway, my GreenBean merch shelf should be under all my new videos. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be my new stuff. Is it under this one? But you guys can see all the merch, the GreenBean merch. No, it's not there. I'm a fucking failure. I don't know how to do anything. We'll figure it out. But you guys will be able to purchase GreenBean merch. Cheapest merch. I want to tell you, man, I keep my prices super low. I'm not trying to make $1 million off merch. I make, I think, $3 a shirt. And that's right. It's like they're like $18 or something like that. A lot of people are charging $30. I'm not trying to do that to you. I just want you to have GreenBean stuff. So we're going to give away Things Are Better free. See this? Look at this amazing sweatshirt. Just got it today. That's right. I just got this. Did you know? The man himself is a diehard Jets fan. Did you know that? That's right. So we're going to give away a free T-shirt in just a few minutes. There he is. What's up? Ali's in the house. Loyal New York Jets fan. Giants employee, I think. I don't know if that's gone well, but I know you had the job at least, Ali. But it's good to see you, man. As always, Ali's a good buddy, and I love him. I love you, Ali. I mean that sincerely. You're a good dude. You know, like when some people you talk to, you can like them, but you think, no, you know, I'm gonna keep him at arm's length. You know what I mean? That's not Ali. Ali's the kind of guy you want to go. You want to just, all right, everything. I'll give you the whole deal. We'll just talk. I'll tell you everything. That's the way Ali is. He's a good dude. You like him right away. Yeah. So it is a killer hoodie. Look at this fucking thing. I love it. This badass. You guys remember Tribe? Hell yeah. Look at that. Just got it today. Remember, Q-Tip is a die-hard Jets fan, man. So gotta give him love on Twitter and everything. He's out there. You'll see. But anyway, though, so let's talk about, let's get one more subject up here, man. Let's talk about quarterbacks real quick. Well, we'll pull a 3-hour. Why not? We'll do we'll pull it. We'll make it till 11. This way we did the Talkin Jets panel. Now we're in the After Hours Jets Fest. You know what I mean? Kind of combine the two. Usually we would have been live for 13 minutes at this point. So this is kind of our late show now. So wait, real quick. This is our late show. So we'll do this. Here we go. And just for real quick shits and giggles.
I think he's going to be day one, a violent vertical edge setter.
He's competing today. I see some gas off the edge. Getting that mindset to put your shoulder on somebody.
Dig, drive. You're finished.
Hey, first down. This is a weird kid. Worse than that, right?
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the After Hours Jets Fest. My name is GreenBean, and I am happy to be here with you. Before we get started, I'd like to remind you guys, it really helps the channel if you'd go ahead and hit that like button. It looks like a thumb. If you haven't done it yet, it is greatly appreciated. The YouTube algorithm looks upon it favorably. If you have not subscribed to the channel, no time like right now. Again, I want to remind you, we are trying to get to 10,000 subscribers before my 2-year anniversary, which is 4 days away on December 31st. We are let me see how, I think we're 190. Let me make sure here. We are 178 subs away. So I got about 12 or so, 13 or something on this very stream. So thank you to all the new subscribers. If you have not subscribed, again, now it is greatly appreciated. It's the best time. And as you saw, we're giving away awesome products like the Manscaped Weed Whacker beard, ear and nose hair trimmer. We just gave it away. Paul Lipsy won. If he does not contact me in the next 7 days, I will give this away again on next week's After Hours Jets Fest. We are giving away a Manscaped Lawnmower 4.0 on the Thursday. Think of it this week. And before we wrap up this show, I will give away one GreenBean t-shirt of your choice. We got the What Would GreenBean Do, the Gripe Intelligently's. We got the This Ain't No Happenstance. We got all sorts of fun stuff. Got it in ladies' sizes, men's sizes, army green, black, green, white, red, blue, all kinds of fun stuff. And you can do all that. You can look at the merch store on greenbeanjetsfan.com and you can win them right here. And very soon, I mean, there should be a damn shelf on my channel, but for some reason it's not there yet. I saw it there earlier, but let's see. So let's talk about cornerbacks. After I say hello to a few of you guys, Anders is in the house. Look at this. JW, right? It's like deja vu, Jay, isn't that? Isn't that amazing? Metal Kid checking in. Been waiting for this all day long. Jets 8:30. What the hell's going on here? No, I'm just getting started, bro. This is the After Hours Jets Fest now. This is good. This is good. We're just getting started here. Greg, yeah, there's Greg. Let me see here. Right, Jason Edwards loves the late show. Indeed. Elirofast. Elirafster. There you go. 260 viewers, 250 likes. Not too shabby. I mean, we were up to 350 earlier, 360. But for now, I'll take it, right? Not bad odds. Not bad percentages, let's say. Not bad. Jets 8:30, right? He's in the house. Oh, that's right. Melvin likes to talk. So he wants to get us started with the notion that we can't develop is nonsense. Look at all of our rookies. Offensive and defensive rookie of the year candidate. Zach Wilson is too raw. He isn't ready. He needs to sit behind a vet for a while. I'm with you, buddy. I agree 100%. Now, look, this is the thing that I think Jets fans, we're nuts, man. We want to fire people right away. We want to cut people right away. We want to do all this stuff. Now, a lot of that's because we've seen so much crap that we just have very little patience for anything new. Right? We're just like, I mean, just if you're not going to be great now, get the fuck out of here. Why don't we have a guy like Joe Burrow coming in? Why can't we get that guy that's instantly dominant? Why? I get it. The problem is it's rare, dude. We have to start being a fan base that understands that it takes a minute. If you back up and look at the whole, you can see there is a massive transformation going on here with the New York Jets. Will it ultimately succeed? I don't know, but it's vastly different than what we've been watching for the last 12 years or so, and that includes 2015. Sure, it was a lot of fun. Sure, we had some, we had one, we won a lot of games. Sure, we had record-breaking quarterback play and wide receiver play from Brandon Marshall. Fantastic. We didn't make the playoffs, and it was an anomaly because the next year the team completely fell apart because it was built on eggshells. It was on toothpick legs. That's what it was. If it didn't happen that year, it was never going to happen. And we watched Todd Bowles flounder the next 3 years into oblivion, and we've been in the basement ever since. So this is a significantly different operation than it has been. And again, if Jets fans just want to, every time somebody has a difficult moment, fucking get him out of here, he sucked, then you're miserable. And that's the way it's going to go. I get it. I do. I can't say I don't understand it. I do. But if you look at it clearly, we have tons of young talent all over this team. We have coaches that have proven they can not only compete on an NFL level, but they can be dominant at times. Even Mike LaFleur, who has his warts, bro. You know it. I say it every damn game, every live stream. I'm throwing my darts at Mike LaFleur. But the truth is that he has proven that he can scheme guys open all day long. When the quarterback can actually hit them, our offense moves without much difficulty. That's what happens. We've had extremely poor quarterback play, and we've been decimated with it. I love when guys go, look at the offensive line. Dude, 6 tackles. You can't, even if you bolster the offensive line with the max that you can, you still can't weather 6 injuries at the offensive tackle position. You can't do it. Add to that a guard injury with your best player on the offense. Like you can't weather it. What Joe Douglas has done in response to that has been incredible, quite frankly. Going to the Texans, plucking Abuye off the damn practice squad. He started 3 weeks for us, and while he wasn't great, he was nowhere near as bad as it was 3 years ago. So, like, we've gotten that play. 4th-round pick Max Mitchell had to come in. He played well. Not great, but he played well. See what I mean? And then he gets injured again, and Fant has to come in. Then Connor McDermott comes in. Then he gets injured. It's like it's crazy town. We had AVT playing 3 offensive line positions this year. Is that because Joe Douglas didn't bring in anybody? No. It's because we got decimated by injuries at that particular position. And again, our offensive line, as difficult as it is to say, is still not as bad as the offensive lines that we rolled out for the past 4 or 5 years before Joe Douglas got here. Now, if you can't see it, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. So I'm with you, Melvin. I really am. If you take a look, you can see we have a lot to be excited about. And if we can win these last 2 games and just get into the playoffs, do you realize the boost that would be for this organization? I hate this friggin' collapse that we had. It sucks. It sucks that I even have to have these arguments. We're sub 500. I know, but you couldn't say that for the fucking past 3 months. You waited till this is the first week you can use that argument. You want to pull it out of your pocket the first second it's usable, then use it. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? It's crazy. I know, Twisted. Glit, we've been here before, man. I know. JMG, what's up, JMG? He says, Mike effing White, sign him 3-year deal, draft Duggan to sit and learn, Strev as quarterback 3 with special packages, and Zach should be tossed in the garbage. Well, you can't toss Zach. We've talked about this, right? We do know that. Let's take a look. And I'm doing something dangerous right now. As you guys know, I'm very stupid when it comes to numbers. But let's take a look nonetheless. Let me just show my ass a little bit. Now, I'm going to go to overthecap.com. And I'll say it again. You guys are somebody in here is not going to listen and they're going to say that I'm doing it wrong. So it happens every time that I do this, but I'm going to do it nonetheless because I love you. Okay. I love you and I want very badly for you to be happy. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to weather the onslaught of insults and we'll look at it nonetheless. All right. Let me get this comment off. Where are we? Thank you, JMG. Now look, we'll talk about Zach Wilson's contract here on overthecap.com. Let me make it a little bit bigger for you. Okay. All right. So here's where we are, right? We got 2022 right here. Okay. So, that's where we are. So now next year is really where it's applicable. He'll be 24 years old. He has a cap number of $9.5 million. He's 4.2% of the cap. If we cut him before June 1st, right? It's 21 million, a little under $21 million cap hit. And if we did it this year, we're talking about a little under a $29 million cap hit. If we wait till June 1st, that goes down to $11.1 million. So that's an addition. Well, that would be cap dead money and cap savings. So this is the dead cap hit. So it doesn't go down to $11 million. Pre-June 1st. Let's see if post-June 1st. So forgive me. So we're in the red, an additional $11 million. So it's $11.1 million more to cut him than it is to keep him. Now, the thing is, JMG and everybody else, if you decided to keep him and you don't think he's worth a shit, but you have to keep him because $11 million gets you a new guard. You know what I mean? Really. So, or it can get you a very, very good player or a couple of medium level players. You know what I mean? Like you can get depth, whatever. $11 million is not something to shake a stick at, right? So you have to look at this appropriately. Even if you keep Zach and you don't think he's worth a shit, you can just stick him on the practice squad all year, dude. If somebody wants to poach him. Then you take it, and then we're not on the hook for anything because you stole him from us. But you just sit there and let him develop the whole season. He's never on the roster. He's always on the practice squad, and you can do that. And then that effectively saves you $11 million. Now, it sucks to pay a guy $10 million that you're doing that to, but it's still better than this. Now, let's take a look at post-June 1st. I don't know what this looks up. So it goes down a little bit to 15. So then now you're talking about a $15 million cap hit. So obviously, if you were going to cut him, you do it post June 1st. because that brings it to $15 million. Now it's still $15 million, and the addition is $5.5 million, just under $5.5 million. So now you have a conversation if you're willing to eat $15 million. Rather than having him on the roster and in an emergency, you can bring him on and then at least you get the chance to develop him. You want to wash your hands of it. It costs you $15 million. But here's the other thing. You're also on the hook for this. So the following year, it's another $11.1 million. So in total, you're talking about a 26 and change $1 million dead cap over the next 2 years to cut Zach Wilson. Now, if you trade him pre-June 1st, he's an $11 million cap hit. So instead of paying him $9 million to be on your roster, you can get, let's say you get a second round pick for him. Let's hypothetically, right? You get a second round pick and then you only eat $11 million. So it's a little under $2 million more, more than you'd be paying him, but you got a second round pick. So you effectively pay a $11 million for a second round pick. All right. And then you have a $5 million, almost $6 million cap hit the next day as well. Okay. Okay. All right. So there you go. So do you see it? You see what I'm saying here, buddies? Now let's look at a trade post June 1st. Ooh. So here's where it gets interesting. Why is it gray though? I don't know what that means. So this is in the black. So if you traded him after June 1st, the dead money is $5 million, which saves you $3.85 million. But then the next year you have a $5.5 million cap hit. So that would be the best case. If you can trade him post June 1st, that would be the best plan. Okay. Everybody got it? How'd I do? How'd I do, guys? Did I do okay? There he is. What's up, Buffalo? Yeah, well, I'm doing 2 shows tonight. I'm doing 2. I did the Talkin' Jets panel, and now I'm doing GreenBean's After Hours Jets Fest. So like a Chad Morton kick return. See if I make it all the way home. I don't know if I'll pull that off. We'll see. You like this beard? Thank you, though, Buffalo. It's good to see you, man. I was just talking about your stream earlier in the show. I got the very rare opportunity to see you in the middle of the day. That was nice. That was nice. I never get to do that. Adrian Gutierrez wants to comment about how wonderful my beard looks. Well, thank you. It's delighting. That's why I'm picking pink lights and shit. See what I do. Yellow, orange, purple, blue. I was doing more blue. A little red, a little green. Let me see. A little blue, right? Does it even change? Doesn't it look when it's brighter like that? There's blue. What do you think? Pretty good, right? But let's see. So as far as our quarterback, I know it does, Jimmy. I tell you, man, my math is very difficult for me. It just is. So as soon as we start talking about it, I get all burnt out. I get like all headachy. So this is the last thing we're going to talk about. So there's Zach's numbers. Okay. Now let's look at this real quick. Now we did this the other day, but I want to just take a look at this. Let's look at this guy. So people are talking about trading for Aaron Rodgers. Okay. You guys see this? So you just saw what Zach Wilson's contract looks like, and it looks like it's problematic, right? $20 million cap hit, all those kind of dead cap, all those kinds of things. But when you look at this is what gives you perspective. If they cut, let's look at trades, right? So let's look at the trades. So if the Packers decide to trade Aaron Rodgers pre-June 1st, they have a dead cap hit of $98 million, which is 13.6% of their entire cap. which is an additional $67 million of dead cap than just paying him $31 million, which is already high, right? So $31 million. If you cut him or trade him, you have to pay $98 million. So the team that gets him has to pay 31, but the team that trades him has to pay 98. Now, if they do post June 1st, I think there's some relief here. Okay. So if they traded him post June 1st, they're off the hook somewhat, right? It's only an additional, well, they're in the black once they save $1.2 million. But they still have a dead cap of, it's almost as if he's on the team. So they have to pay him nonetheless, at least as far as the cap number is concerned. But then look at this, guys. I believe, maybe I'm wrong with this, but I believe that they're still on the hook for all this stuff too. I think every year they have to do this. I mean, maybe I'm wrong with that. I honestly don't. Maybe somebody can tell me that. This is where I get a little bit confused. But if they were on the hook each year for 20, like you just can't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like you just can't do it. But let's look at this, guy. So if the Jets decide to trade for him, even if they work it all out over here, we got to pay him $31 million this year. Next year, he's $40 million. The year after that, he's $59 million. But he's not guaranteed. So none of this is guaranteed. So you could cut him after this year, technically. See what I'm saying? So all the guaranteed money's up here. So really, it could be looked at as a 2-year contract, including next season. See what I mean? So 2022 and 23, he gets all this money. And then from the years after that, he has no other guaranteed money. But if you want him on your roster, you're going to pay him. Now, the thing is, you could probably renegotiate his contract with that, right? Okay, what is this? Restructure what? I don't know what that means. Let's extend them. Yeah. Anyway, so that's what it's looking like to bring on Aaron Rodgers. It's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? You see that? I know, filthy. It's filthy, bro. It's filthy. These guys, you know, it's like, it's not even, I mean, look, the numbers that we talk about out here, it's like sometimes I get a moment and I think about it and I'm like, do you realize what we're actually saying? Like we're talking, it's only 4 million, man. Like it's fucking crazy. It's crazy. Like the numbers that we're talking about, like I made really good money a few years, really good. I still, sometimes I wonder why I resigned. Honestly. But I know why I resigned. All right. I'd see you, Dom C. I'm going to get right to him. I wonder why I resigned, because I made really good money. Excellent money. I had all kinds of perks. And I'm telling you right now, if you put my contract in my contract that I had in NFL terms, it'd be as if I was the fucking 5th string punter. You know what I mean? It's crazy, man. How much money these guys. That's why when they complain about it, I got to feed my family. It's hard to hear sometimes. It is. But here's the other side of it. And this is where I gain perspective on it. The NFL ownership and the NFL league has been making this much money the whole time, relatively speaking. So they were paying these guys 20 grand, 100 grand. Like when they gave 1969, giving Joe Namath $300,000 was seen like astronomical numbers. Now you look, I don't know what it would be by today's. Let me see. Money in the past. All right. Let's see. Past money calculator. Let's see. Inflation calculator. Let's see. So Let's go to 1969. I'm going to do this right now for you guys. I did this quick. I can't believe I landed. So let's do 1969. No, it wasn't. When was Namath was 66, right? Let's just do 66. Maybe he was 67. So let's do $300,000 is worth. So he got a $2.689 million contract. All right. So that was astronomical numbers. So by today's terms, giving Joe Namath $300,000 in 1966, I think 67, was like giving somebody $2.6 million now. So the owners have been making, relatively speaking, this type of money the entire time. Obviously, it's grown, and I understand all that, but I'm saying enough money to build huge stadiums, enough money to have these massive organizations. So they've been making this the whole time, very similar to how the NCAA, like colleges, have been making this money off this kid. So people are mad about the kids being able to make money. Dude, some of these kids never make it to the NFL. This is their only shot. And the colleges make millions of dollars off of them. And they never get to see a penny. So you have to look at it like, even though it's crazy numbers for these players, the owners have been making enough to pay if you can have a $240 million payroll and still be in the black, that's crazy money. It's like Chris Rock had a joke years ago. And this was back when Shaq got a big contract, like $10 million a year, or whatever, a $100 million contract was seen like was huge. And he said that there's not a lot of wealth in the African-American community. He said, like Shaq is rich, not wealthy. The guy who pays Shaq is wealthy. And that's the difference. And that's a fucking great way to look at it. Like Shaq, 100 million, do you think, oh my God, he's fucking filthy rich? He is. But the guy who pays him that money is wealthy. That's the difference. So NFL owners have been making this kind of money for decades. The players in this past recent decade and a half, 2 decades, have figured out a way to actually get some of it. You see what I mean? So that's why I'm in favor of it. I hate it when when our own players hold out, and I hate all that shit. But I get it, because this is their one chance to get that kind of money into their family. And for many, many years, tons of players gave everything they got. Kyle Clifton, Mo Lewis. Like, let's see. Let me see what Mo Lewis's contract was. I don't even know if that's possible. Mo Lewis. Yeah, let me see. Mo Lewis contract. Pro Football. The Jets and Mo Lewis agree to a contract. Look at this. This is in 2000. So let's see. Lewis, a 9-year veteran. He signed a franchise tender, which is worth $4 million. Let me see here. So he got $4 million. That's still a lot of money, of course, but it's because he signed. So he got $4 million. So he was like one of the best linebackers in the NFL, and he got $4 million. Is this the one? This is all the same shit. All right. So, but like there are players like a Kyle Clifton or whoever, all these guys that were great, Jack Lambert, whoever, Fran Tarkenton, they're legends. They had to get jobs after this was over. They didn't have generational wealth. They had to get jobs. You know what I mean? So that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing, man. It's like when they do that, it's like it's all relative. It's like, yeah, I mean, the numbers were it's like, Jesus Christmas, how the hell can you possibly complain? You want 12 million from you're already getting 10? Like, what's the difference? What's the big deal? It is a big deal because the owners are getting it if I don't. And that's my back that they're getting it. I get it. I get it, man. That's why I always support the players, even though I might grumble and bitch about the fact that they're holding out or whatever. I do. I just want my team together. I want guys on the team forever. I want them all to be Jets forever. You know what I mean? That's what I want. All right, sneakers to boots. What's up, buddy? Thank you. He says, great job as always. Who do you think JD cuts the cord with on his own signings? I think Lawson, Corey Davis, and Tomlinson are gone. Maybe even Ashton Davis. Well, let's take a look at that, buddy. That's a great question. Let's take a look at Laken Tomlinson. Let's see what his contract looks like. All right, let me show you guys. Let's take a look here. Oh, and Dom C, real quick. Dom C checked in. He heard what we said. And he said this: a post-June 1st designation allows you to take the signing bonus that's been paid and break it up into 4 yearly payments as opposed to taking the hit in one swift shot. But that's just the signing bonus. So, Art, let me ask you, Dom, do you might know this if you're still here. If the team, like in this example, let me just show you. So, like in the example I used with Aaron Rodgers or Zach Wilson, once you trade him, are you on the hook for the dead cap money the following, say if there's 2 more years on the contract, are you on the hook for that? Is the team that trades him on the hook for those dead cap numbers as well? Is that the way it goes? Maybe you know that. That'd be great to get that answer because I honestly don't know. Told you I'm stupid when it comes to this stuff. I really don't know. All right, so let's look at this. This is Laken Tomlinson's contract. So 2022, he has a cap number of $5 million. Look at this. Next year, he's $17 million. Jesus, huh? He's got guaranteed salary of $8 million. I'm sorry, $10 million. So if you cut him post June 1st, see, that's what I mean. So I don't know if we're on the hook for these years. Can you guys see this? I don't know if you're on the hook for these years here. Can you guys see my mouse when I do this? Can you see that? I'm going to scroll to the bottom real fast. Can you guys see that? So they are on the hook, Dom. Okay. That's crazy. Can you guys see my mouse when I do this? I don't know if you can see it like this. I'm swirling it around. Can you guys see that? See, I'm swirling it around over here. I don't know if you can see it because I can't have the two. I didn't turn my other monitor on because I got a bunch of shit in the way. You can't see it? Yes, you can see it. Because why Greg says no. And the Juice Main says yes. Yes, Daniel says. Okay, good. Okay. Thank you. All right. So let's look at Laken. So Dom, maybe, you know what, Dom, you want to come on real fast? You got time? Dom's this cap guy. I think he is anyway. If you're not a cap guy, don't come on. I don't want you to look stupid. I'm going to send you the link, Dom. Okay. See if Dom C, you want to come on? You want to come on? All right. I'm texting with Dom C right now. Okay. Oh, you're in bed? You want to come on anyway? See if your wife wants to come on with us. Both of you. She's probably smart too. What do you think? Get the kids. We'll all hang out. What do you think, Dom? All right. So Dom's in bed, but he's still helping us out nonetheless. He says Laken post June 1st is $18.5 million broken into 4 payments. So it's not that extra 4 million. So 18. All right. So if it's I see what he's saying. So post June 1st, you can take that cap, that dead cap, and spread it over 4 years. If you do it before June 1st, it is broken up into, it's all at once. So that's post. Pre 18, post. For now, let's see. No, but I don't know. I don't think they give up on him. I don't. I don't know, but I think look, sneakers to boots. You have a good point, and my answer to that question, I'll come back up to you here. The answer to that question is I could see Corey Davis, although I think they really like Corey Davis. Problem is he's hurt all the time, dude. He's hurt all the time. He missed a bunch of games last year. He missed a bunch of games this year. But I think Corey Davis's game, the well-rounded aspect of Corey Davis's game, they like it. His blocking, in addition to his route running and his ability to catch the ball and make the hard catch. And I mean, when he's good, he's good. You know what I mean? He just has he has a few more drops than I'd like, quite frankly. And it seems like when he drops it, it flies into the air and it gets intercepted a lot, right? Doesn't it seem like that? But I could see them cutting ties. Now, Carl Lawson's another one. Let's take a look at Carl Lawson. So Laken Tomlinson's one, right? Let's look at this. Is going to be interesting. So Carl Lawson, he's got no guaranteed money, dude. He's done. I'm going to tell you right now. They're either going to renegotiate him or he's done. That's my honest opinion. This is $15 million straight up with a $333,000 dead cap. I think Carl Lawson's a goner. That's what unless he renegotiates. Like you extend him a year and you cut that shit in half kind of a thing. You know what I mean? See this, guys? Look at that. Zero guaranteed, $15 million if he's on the roster. He made $14.3 million for free last year. Obviously not his fault, but, he had that injury. This year he made 15 and change. I don't know. I think Carl Lawson's toast, sneakers to boots. Let's see who else you said here. Let's see Corey Davis. Let's see what he looks like. All right, so Corey Davis, 2021, he made $12.6 million, bunch of devil numbers. That's not good. All right, 13 points devil numbers here. You can save devil numbers. Who made this contract? Satan? What is this? Look at all these devil numbers, dude. They're fucking all over the place. It's crazy, dude. Who did this? If I was Corey Davis, I'd say, bro, you're going to give me $1 more because I ain't doing that shit. Dom seems to think they're both gone. Let's see. He says, Carl Lawson to cut him next year to be $600. Yes. All right. So $15 million saving. Lawson, Corey Davis are $35 million in cap space with less than $1 million in dead cap. They're both gone. That's kind of where so look, so Corey Davis has zero guaranteed monies and he's 11. Now I got to say this though. Here's what's in his favor. He's $11 million. That is super cheap for a starting wide. He's not a number one, but he's a very, very good wide receiver, and they love him. So $11 million is cheap. It is. Now, if you can bring on, if they think Mims can do everything he's doing, they think he's ready to take that role, then he's gone. And then they draft a guy to groom behind Mims. You know what I mean? Maybe they're already doing that with Irv Charles. How big is Irv Charles? I honestly, I forget. Yeah, let's look at Irv Charles. All right, here we go. So he's 200. Oh my God, he's 6'4", dude. Irv Charles. Now the problem with him is that he can't catch. That's the problem with Irv Charles. But if we can get that taken care of, he's 6'4", 219 pounds. Everybody. Greg, why are you asking that? His last name is C. He's telling you clearly. Why are you making it more complicated than it has to be, Greg? Okay. But this is good. This is a good thing. I like this kind of talk. It's like, but this is not to get to, I still want to keep it into the season, right? But this is end of the stream. It's late night. We're shooting the shit, right? That's what we're doing. Now, Christopher Sullivan. Why are you playing with me? I don't know. I'd love to believe that we can get some sort of successful quarterback, though. Why do we have to have Rob Calabrese? With all due respect to Calabrese, right? Like they seem to like him. He's probably got the chops to be developed and become a guy. You know what I mean? But why did the New York Jets, we have the number 2 overall pick, and we have a quarterback coach that's never done this before? You know what I mean? Like, why us? Why? So why not like a Kurt Warner, a Chad? Like, you know how great it would be? Like Chad Pennington took the last bunch of years and he started and built and maintained that his son's high school football program. Like he literally built them an entire football program, committed to them and did that as his full-time gig the last X amount of years. So and wouldn't it be great though? Like Chad Pennington, the epitome of like detail-oriented. He's just such a technician quarterback. I think he would be an excellent quarterback coach. Now he's been coaching high school for a bunch of years. It's not like taking a McCown and making him your head coach, something crazy like that. But I tell you what, like the whole Jeff Saturday thing, I mean, it's obviously not working, but it looks better than you thought it did. Thought it would. Maybe they had something there. Maybe McCown would have been a great head coach. I mean, I don't know. But wouldn't it be nice to think like we get like a legit quarterback coach? You know, why not? Why can't we have that? Why do we got these fucking coaches? Adam Gase never hired one. Jeremy Bates never hired one. And now we got Rob Calabrese. Like, again, with all due respect to whatever his trajectory is, now, all right. Joshua Cruz. Sorry, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. He says, GreenBean, what did you think when the Jets passed up on Justin Fields for Zach Wilson? I thought that was a huge mistake. Well, I didn't think that was the mistake, Joshua. Where I thought the mistake was made was I thought we should have been the team to trade back. And I'm telling you right now, the Niners called us. There's no doubt in my mind because they traded to number 3 with the Dolphins. All of our coaches, we have a very interwoven relationship with the 49ers. They just came from there. They were there a half hour earlier. They just got off the damn plane. So the Niners probably said, hey, dude, realistically, can we get your number 2 pick? We'll offer you 3 first-round picks and a third. So that's what they gave the Dolphins to move up. I think they were at 12. So they gave 3 first-round picks, including 12 that year, and a third-round pick. Now, from second pick to third pick, there's a lot of value there. Like, so not even that you could get more. Maybe that was their max offer, right? But you got to imagine going from 3 to 2, that's 400 more draft points. From pick 3 to pick 2 is approximately 400, not approximately, it's exactly 400 draft points, which is essentially pick number 50. So that's worth, just that gap alone is worth an additional second round pick valued at pick 50, which is dead center almost right of the round. It's like pick 19 of the round. So imagine you get 3 firsts and even just a second and a seventh. You know what I mean? Something like that. That's where the mistake was made. Once they were picking a quarterback, I was perfectly fine. I said this on 100 occasions. I said, if they're going to pick a quarterback, whatever quarterback they think is going to be best for their organization, I support. I would have been just as happy with Justin Fields, Mac Jones. Well, Mac Jones, I was like, if they were going to trade back, you can take Mac Jones, you can take Kyle Trask, even Kellen Mond I was looking at as a later round pick, but if you wanted to wait and fucking take him. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I was thinking. Like, the 3 first round picks that you can get for that number 2, to me, were, I mean, I could not have denied that. It was unavoidable. Like, this is the once in a lifetime chance And I said, if you think you have the quarterback of the future, though, if you think that's the guy, then you grab him, because the same logic could be applied to that. This is, how often are you at the number 2 overall pick? And to answer that question, the Jets haven't been that high since 1997. That's the last time we had the number 1 overall pick. But the Jets, while we've had number 3 a few times, we've never been as high as the number 2 overall pick since 1997. That's a long ass time. All right. It's 23 years. So we haven't had a pick that high in 23 years. Even though it feels like we've sucked, we haven't sucked like that. Interestingly enough. So we had the 3 with Quinnen. We traded up to 3 to get Sammy, but we've had like 5, 6, right? Stuff like that, but we've never had the second. So you could make the argument that we're never going to be able to have our choice of quarterback after Trevor Lawrence again, at least hopefully. But realistically, it's hard to suck that bad. It is. I mean, we had to lose. We had to be fucking 0-13 that season to even get there. So it's hard to get there. It's almost as hard to do that as it is to win the damn Super Bowl. You know what I mean? To like be winless. Like, there's only one team, I think, that's ever done it, or 1 or 2. Like, it's just as, think about this. More teams have won the Super Bowl than have been 0-16 or 0-17. It's like it almost never happens. It's hard to do. You have to like try to do it. So then the Jaguars, they had 1 victory, I think. We had 2. So my point is, my mistake, where they made the mistake for me, once the Niners traded up to 3, I was like, fuck. Like, it's rare that 2 teams are going to be willing to give that type of a haul. But I was waiting till they made that, until the second it said the pick is in, I was still hoping that the Jets traded back. Up until that second, the pick is in. I said, oh, well, there it is. Let's see who it is. So once they were picking the quarterback, if they came up and said Trey Lance, I would have been like, yep, same exact feeling for me. Because I didn't like Zach more than I liked Justin Fields. They were very different for me, right? Of course, they're very, very different players. But for me, it was like, at that point, I don't love any of these guys more than I like, another one. I like them all. I dislike certain things about each one of them. And I loved Trevor Lawrence. Like, if the Jaguars were foolish enough to pass on Trevor Lawrence, which is what I believe all that press was about, the Jets have Zach as number 1 and Chris Sims, I thought all that shit was an attempt to make the Jaguars bite. That's what it was. The Jets wanted T-Law more than anything in the world. That's what I think. And if they did, then I think that's why the Jets were waiting with the trade. I think they were thinking that it was realistic that Jacksonville might bite. I honestly believe that, dude. Believe me, I've deconstructed this to such a degree, it's madness in my brain. But once it said the pick is in, I said, let's see. I thought it was likely that it was Zach because that's what all the rumors were. But if that said, if they said Justin Fields, I would have said, yeehaw, same way. If they would have said Trey Lance, I would have said, all right, here we go. You know what I mean? Whatever it is. Whatever it is. So, yeah, thank you, Joshua. But I'm not, like, filled with regret that way. I think, like, dude, Dom C put up a great, we did this the other day, like a couple weeks ago. He brought up like the last 12 years, I think it was, of top 5 quarterback picks. There were 15 of them. 15 top 5 quarterback picks in the last dozen years or so. 4 hit. 4 out of 15. The other 11 were essentially busts or at least disappointing. You know what I mean? That's crazy. So that's why when people say Joe Douglas is getting fired, dude, no way. Now, if he didn't build anything else in addition to that, if the entire team was a fucking cesspool like Mike McCagnon made, yes. But I don't think it's on him like that. I think you look at everything else. Look at the lopsided trades. Look at the contracts. We have no bad contracts, man, other than what Mike McCagnon left him. The CJ Mosley contract is the most difficult contract to navigate. That's the only one. Everything else, you see it. Like Carl Lawson, Corey Davis. There's no, dude, we can get out of these without without a issue, without a penny in some instances, with $300,000. What's that? Again, that's even a little more than I made in my big whoop-de-doo season when I made all that money. So that's more. But still, that's relatively speaking. That's chump change as far as this stuff goes. Right? So, like, that's what you have to look at, man. You got to look at all this stuff that's going on. Joe Douglas is fucking knocking it out of the park, bro. Anybody waiting until like we have difficulty because of the quarterback? It's like, oh, Joe Douglas sucks, dude. Get out of here. Get out already. Just I don't want to hear. I don't want to have that dumb conversation anymore. Like, you're clearly not looking at. It's like before this season, all we talked about was he has a 6 wins in 2 years. How could you say this is a good GM? Like, dude, are you not looking? He's tearing the team down. That's what he's doing. He's accumulating picks for whatever he's having a fire sale. That's what he's doing, dude. Give him a second. So, all right, Jets Maniac Matt. Thank you, buddy. Sorry, off topic, but had to throw this in there. Just checked my season ticket invoice. Just raised the ticket prices by 12%. $5,550 parking and 4 tickets. Crazy. May I ask, Jets, Maniac Matt, where are your tickets? Like, are they lower, upper? Like, what are you looking at there? Look at my son. Hey, dude, pipe down. Stop yelling at me. I'll be as long-winded as I want, buddy. You know what I mean? You guys see this awesome shirt I'm wearing? Did I show you this yet? Look at this fucking thing. Look at this. I love it. You see this shirt? I love it. I love my new hoodie. I love it. I couldn't love it more than I do. Unless it was filled with little rolled up caches, little cash balls, little cash tubes. When you unroll them, you find out they're made of hundreds. Ooh, I'd love it even more. But aside from that, I love it. I couldn't love it more unless it had that in it. But yeah, that's crazy, Mike. And I don't know, man. See, like, it looks to me like the Jets, like, as an organization, they had shitty teams for years. And the first time there's even a whiff of success, they go, get it. Get the bag. This is the one chance we have. Because you saw, like, Woody, he was sending out tweets where the Jets already sold out this early before next week's game. Yeah, it's because it's the Bills or whatever. And it's all Bills fans, dude. Like, he doesn't even think like that. Like, he doesn't care. Ticket sales are ticket sales. And we have to, he's a decent owner as far as paying money and everything, but he doesn't get it. And I mean, it's like, he doesn't give a shit. Money is money. It's an opportunity to get money. The Jets are decent. The Jets are competitive. Fucking raise the prices. And they'll continue to do that until we stop buying them, bro. It's that simple. The problem with that is then the other team's fans buy them. And to them, it doesn't mean anything. So, all right. But that's a bummer. Let me know, though. I'm going to look for your comment. I'm going to try to see you. I don't know if I can. I agree with this, though, Adam. Mosley, pay cut or restructure. You got to do it, dude. You can't pay him. How much is he? What is Mosley's contract right now? Let me see what it is. We got to end this fucking stream, though, soon, dude. Crazy. This is fucking going on 4 hours here. All right. Look at this craziness. So, this is his contract. 2009. Look at this. Look at this crazy contract. Okay. So, Interestingly, he was only $5.5 million on the cap this year. So next year it goes up to $21 million. But he has no guaranteed, but there's dead cap to it. See that? Because that's what Dom was saying. So they did that. They pushed it to. So this is all the dead cap we would have. Let me see post June 1st. I don't know. I don't know how this all works, man. Like I get lost in the sauce here a little bit. You know what I mean? But it looks to me, we have voidable years here. And we have no guaranteed money here. It's just a dead cap. But post June 1st, we're looking at a $4 million dead cap. That's not too bad. But I'd like to see him stay here. But you have to restructure him, dude. You can't pay him. You can't pay your linebacker $21 million. I mean, and I love CJ Mosley. And I think it'd be nice. It'd be nice to see a linebacker like CJ Mosley, a great leader. He leads he gets 10 tackles, 10, 15 tackles every single game. I still think they should go to a more of a 4-3 though, man, and like give him less space to cover in the passing game. That's what I think. But it's not what they're doing. He has to cover a lot of ground a lot of the time. But what was I thinking? I just lost my train of thought. So CJ Mosley was, but I'd like to imagine that like we can have this guy till the end of his career. Like you extend Quinnen, you gotta pay Quinnen, right? You gotta pay Quinnen Williams. It's his time to get paid, dude. And he's gonna get paid somewhere. It better be the damn Jets. He should be with us forever. So look, 2023, he's got a $9 million cap hit. But let me tell you right now, if you let him ride into next season with no extension, he's out. You're going to have to overpay him in order to keep him. That's my opinion. That's my thoughts. Let's see if we cut him. Nothing. I mean, this is just ridiculous, right? Trade him. So there's no, issues with cutting or trading or anything like that. But that's not even on the table. But like with Quinnen Williams, dude, let's see what they're predicting. I'm going to go to Spot Track real quick. Let me see something. Let me open another. Wait, hold on. Because they'll do a predictor here. Let me see here. What are they predicting for Quinnen? Market value. All right. So they're saying Quinnen's market value is 16. Can you guys see this? Let me see if it's on the same page. Okay. So they're saying his market value is $16.4 million a year. I think you're going to have to pay more. I think that's low, honestly. I do. I think Quinnen's probably a $19 million guy. That's just what I think. Maybe I'm wrong. What the hell do I know? But here's the guys, his peers. That's what they're saying. DeForest Buckner, $21 million. Jonathan Allen, $18 million. Grady Jarrett, $17 million. Fletcher Cox, $14 million. But he's older. You got to look at this guy, though. Let's look at this guy. Oh, Sportico. What the hell's that? Get out of here. I don't like Sportico. So let's look at his contract. So this is what he's looking at. So his cap hit, what is this? 2023. So his cap hit is $26 million. Now, I don't think you got to get up there, but this is what we're talking about with him, right? So they have a potential out in 2024, which would essentially be $19 million dead cap, but then they get out of all this. Okay. So, but anyway, I guess that's way up top. I don't know if his agent's going to argue this stuff, man. I'm telling you, they're going to want 20 plus. I'm telling you. Well, yeah, Greg. I tell you what, being real honest with you, let me tell you something. That's what I like to do. I mean, that's why I'm here fucking 3.5 hours. If it was just a show, and I'm not, look, I love my buddies, man. I think they're the best in the fucking game, man. But like I'm a little different just in the way, like even like on the Talking Jets panel, like my job on the panel is to manage the chat. That's why you see a lot of the times, like I'm the most active in the chat. That's by design. Like Matt's looking up stats, doing all kinds of stuff like that. Ryan's obviously running the show and the graphics and doing all that stuff. He's keeping the conversation going. He's the guy doing all that. My job is I manage the chat and I collect the qualifiers for the t-shirt. That's my job on the show. We have jobs, you know what I mean? So, but I said I want to do that. That's what I like. I actually like, it's like I like talking Jets. So like for me, like I get off on like that and the interaction. So I'm glad you appreciate it, man. Cause like, I hope that's what you dig, because that's what I like. If you didn't, it'd be, if I had 4 people in here, this guy talks too much to the chat. That'd be different, it'd be tough, because that's what I like to do. I like the funny. I mean, I like the funny. I like to hang out with you guys. Look at this. What's ISU RB for real here? ISU RB for real? That's what I see. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. That's what I see. He says, funny thing, in 97, there were literally 0 good quarterbacks in that class. So the Jets had top draft pick. Even then, there was no quarterback worth it. Thankfully, I see, this is funny. RB for real. RB for real. For L. RB for L. ISU. I see that as completely opposite. Like, thankfully, the Rams traded up. Do you know what Parcells got in that trade, dude? He got completely bent over. We should have sat right there and taken Orlando Pace, man. But the crazy thing is if Parcells would have just told Archie Manning, if your son's there, we're taking him. Like, people have this remembered wrong. People think Peyton Manning stayed in school to not play for the Jets. Completely false. Peyton Manning wanted to go to New York, but he wanted to be the number 1 overall pick. That's what he wanted. And when Parcells told his father, who they're close, they had a conversation, illegally, not supposed to happen, but they did. And Parcells told him he could not guarantee that he would take his son first overall, which meant that he would go to the next worst team, which was, who was it then? Let me see something. 1997 NFL. Let me just see real quick. Forget who it was. So it was the Raiders, then the Seahawks, which people don't remember. The Seahawks were hot garbage for a very, very long time. So anyway, he didn't want to go to the Raiders. He didn't want to go to the Seahawks. He wanted to go to New York, but he wanted to be the number 1 overall pick. That's what he wanted. And when Parcells didn't commit, Peyton Manning surprised the entire world. Everybody thought he was coming out in that draft. He decided to stay. Parcells blew it, dude. He fucking blew it. And then what he did in on the back end of that was he traded out. Let's take a look at the trade real fast so you guys can see it. 1997 Jets draft trade. Let's take a look at it. So the Jets ultimately traded the pick. Let me see what they got. Bill Parcells says Jets would have what? Let me see. What did we get? Come on, that's not it either. Hold on, let me see here. What was the trade? Remembering the trade. Okay. Orlando Pace, build the winner. Let me see. Let's see what they get. The deal dispelled the idea of stockpiling extra picks in Kentucky Super Bowl. Let me see. Nuts and bolts saw the rant. So this is what they sent. Okay. They sent the 6th overall pick. So we slid back 5 spots, and this is what we got. We got a 3rd, a 4th, and a 7th round pick, dude. Do you see that? Arbor for real? So look at that. So not only did he blow it with Peyton Manning, okay, which you can't guarantee, but that's the story. That's the reality of it. When the people who know say Parcells blew it, he could have just said, dude, if your kid comes out, he's a Jet. And history would have been different. But even if, okay, so you did that. Instead of taking a Hall of Fame left tackle, which, by the way, let me tell you this, Walter Jones, we could have just taken Walter Jones too. Let me see something here. Walter Jones, another offensive tackle. So there were Orlando Pace and Walter Jones were sitting there. Both of them went to the fucking Hall of Fame. But Parcells passed on both of those guys to get a 3rd, a 4th, and a 7th round pick. All right, dudes? So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it, man. Parcells botched that one so badly. He set us back for decades, dude. Okay? Now, what did we take with those picks? Let me tell you. Let me tell you what we did. Okay, so with our 3rd round pick that we got from the Rams, all right, so he traded the 3rd round pick to the Broncos. We got a 4th. So he got an additional 4th for that. Great. Skiddly do. So he traded back. And he got Dedrick Ward, who was fine, right? Good, decent player. Decent. Not great. Punt returner, he was good. Not great. So that's what we got. We got Dedrick Ward. Then we got, with the pick 102, we grabbed defensive end Terry Day, who was, he had potential. We liked him, but he was ultimately a big fat turd, okay, as far as a pick. Then we got Leon Johnson, but that was in a trade with Tampa Bay. I'm not exactly sure how that one worked, but we got running back Leon Johnson, who was fantastic for us. He ended up getting hurt. But he was another one. He wasn't a starter. He was a depth back, but really good. And he ended up being a very good punt returner, better than Dedrick Ward. But he was very good. But still, he didn't even make a single Pro Bowl, dude. So I don't want to hear it again. So what else did we get here? Hold on. I'm telling you, I'm going to get there. We got Raymond Austin. Somehow, I believe Raymond Austin, a cornerback no one's ever heard of, he kind of got whittled in there as well. So let's get to the final pick here. Wait, from St. Louis. Hold on a second. Nope. Hold on. 7th round. 7th round. So we traded that pick to the Eagles. We traded back. I don't know what we got. But then we grabbed, this is where it's good. So we did this. This is what we got. When we traded back, we ended up grabbing Jason Ferguson, who was the best pick of the whole draft for us, interestingly enough, in the 7th round. So he did really well with that one. But dudes, I'm telling you, Like remember the whole thing with Parcells didn't want to work for the Patriots because if you want me to cook the dinner, you should let me buy the groceries. He didn't like that they had a general manager and he wanted to run the whole kit and caboodle. Well, great. The Jets let him run the whole kit and caboodle. He did a really good job pulling free agents, Brian Cox, Pepper Johnson, like those kinds. He did a good job with that stuff because players wanted to play for him. Right. So he did a good job with that. And he's obviously an exceptional coach. But the Jets were fucking talented, dude. Again, best 1-15 team in the NFL, in NFL history, probably. Now, not great, but we had a lot of talent around the roster, good enough to compete. So Parcells came. He went and stole Curtis Martin. He ended up pulling some nice free agents over, and then you got some picks. But, dude, that was the biggest draft blunder, and we never talk about it, dude. But Parcells ruined us. We could have had Peyton Manning, and then not for nothing, if Parcells didn't stay on as the president of football operations when he handed the job to Bill Belichick, if Parcells would have just left, Bill Belichick would have been our head coach. So think about this, guys. If Parcells would have just told Archie Manning yes and took Peyton Manning, and then 3 years later just said, I'm retiring, we would have had fucking Peyton Manning and Bill Belichick for the next 20 years. Okay? So, again, we got to remember this right, Isu. We got to remember it right, everybody. He's a very good head coach. But the other thing, guys, he's never won a single Super Bowl without Bill Belichick. I'm just going to point that out too. And that's not taking a shot. It's just true. And if you're going to blow it with Peyton Manning, just fucking stay at the number 1 overall pick and grab the damn Orlando Pace. Everybody knew that was the best player in the draft. Everybody. It wasn't even up for debate. Parcells was saying, well, we got a lot of positions to fill, so I want to gain capital. Fine. You traded back 5 spots in the first round, and all you got was a 3rd, a 4th, and a 7th, dude? You see it? Right, dude. This is great. We traded Mr. Green Jeans. We traded a jar of caviar for 6 jars of pickles. Exactly right. Now that's on. Pickles are good. Look, the truth is I prefer pickles, right? But but the point is very, very good. We traded filet mignon for a fucking tube of Taylor ham. For 6 slices of Taylor ham. Love Taylor ham. Ain't no filet mignon. So this is the thing. Like, when you look back at our history, guys, like, we've had terrible, terrible people in positions of power, general manager and coach, because we had a football operation. Our president of football operations for many years wasn't even a football guy. We're talking about, we had guys like business managers. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. All these years, we're in the stadium. Come on. Dude, we were run by morons. Or not even more, very intelligent, but not football guys. We very rarely had football guys here. We brought over Holt. He was here for 8 games and got out of here. He realized this place sucks. Everybody around me is a moron. So he bailed. He went back to college. Now, he wasn't necessarily made for the NFL, so there's that too. But he realized very quickly, I'm out. He stayed half a season and bailed. Okay, it's fucking crazy, man. But then we go and we get the best coach that we've ever had, and he changed the organization. But meanwhile, he blew it, and he set us back forever. Let's not forget who he hired as the general manager and head coach. When he left the Jets, he gave us Terry Bradway and Herm Edwards. That's who he left us with. And Tannenbaum was the assistant of Terry Bradway. Terry Bradway is arguably worse than Idzik and McCagnon. Okay? It's crazy, guys. That's why when people talk about Joe Douglas sucking, I fucking pick up these bags of shit like bars of soap and I fucking hit him over the head. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You have no idea. If we lay it all down, how bad we've been, you can't see the difference from what Joe Douglas is doing to what the fuck we've been watching for 50 years, then you are drunk or just flat out not intelligent or just an asshole who just loves to complain. Those are the only three options. And again, I don't know what we would have, what's going to happen. Of course, not everything's guaranteed, but it's a completely different scene around here. And this is when I say I would love Jets fans to just take a fucking breath, sit back and watch somebody who comes from a really strong background. Let him do his job without standing outside for a fucking hour and waiting for him to tell him he sucks. Like, do you see it? This is what I'm talking about. Not saying there's not shit to complain about. I'm not saying that everything is all peaches, and I'm not. But again, when you hire first-time guys, first-time head coach, first-time GM, you can't expect them to be great at their job from the word go. Yeah, every fucking UPS driver, his first year on the job, is making mistakes. He's forgetting packages. Every job ever made, the first year you're in it, you're making mistakes. It's crazy how we react. That's fine, bro. You ever want to fucking know, just ask me. I'll tell you, okay? I'll talk to you. I'll tell you the truth, everybody. I'll tell you. Now, that all said, let's hope we can fucking win these games, huh? Some Mike White's ribs. And maybe let's hope he could take a full breath. You know what I mean? Ooh. Maybe he's doing that. No, Mr. Green Jeans, that's not accurate. The story is Bradway argued for Russell Wilson, pounded the table for Russell Wilson in the third. Maybe he did that too. I don't know. This is exactly right, Barney Miller. I agree with Gary V. These guys, maybe not Saleh, to me he's still, if you know what I mean, but he's done a lot this year, man, to change this team, to change the culture. We have complete buy-in. We haven't seen, other than people being upset with the quarterback who literally can't throw 5-yard outs or screens, a simple screen pass. He turns, a wide receiver screen. He turns and throws it 12 feet over their head. Other than that frustration directed toward the quarterback, we've seen a team, even last year, dude, we were, it was so bad, so many times. And it was like, dude, they stayed together. That's new, guys. That's new. And that's Saleh. I don't know if Saleh is going to be a great head coach. I was just as pissed, probably more than anybody, about this friggin' clock management shit. But again, he's doing a good job. You got to understand that shit like that's going to happen. You're not going to get a fucking out-of-the-box perfect coach. It's not real. It's not real. Right on, Craig. It's the truth. Mike White wins these next 2 games and gets us in the stays healthy, gets us in the playoffs. He's going to have to beat chicks off with a stick. He's going to have to, the press, paparazzi. It's going to be nuts. Right. This is it. This is where I am, Jim Dandy. And I'm leaning towards Robert Saleh as the real deal. And you know, the thing is, even if he struggles, but he's showing he's getting better and showing progress and overcoming difficulty, I'd rather just keep a coach, dude. Guys want to fire people every 10 minutes. Aren't you tired of starting over and hoping you struck lightning in a bottle? Lightning in a bottle is rare, dude. And we already know with our luck, it's unlikely. Not only is it rare, it's unlikely. I don't know if I'm going off. I'm just kind of venting a little bit. Because it's fucking crazy, man. Every now I just, I try to, I'm like, nice. I'm middle of the road. I try to be constructive. Even when I disagree with people, I try to consider their point. You know what I mean? Fuck that, dude. Sometimes you just bottles up. I listen to these justifications for fucking absurdities. And I'm like, are we done with this already? For real? This is real life. This is what we're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. Right. Hennessy, what's up? I love GreenBean Jets history. I'm here dying. I know, dude. Hennessy, it just sucks that it's real. That I like all these guys, all the guys, you know what I mean? That we've been here the whole time. It's like 20 years, 30 years, 40-year fans. This is my 40th year rooting for this fucking franchise. I've gotten 4 AFC championships and a big box of shit. You know what I mean? So I'm glad you like it. Just hate that it's real. I wish we had like two Super Bowls in there. You know what I mean? One. Like if we had one Super Bowl to like split the diff, you know what I mean? Like what we have, it's been 1969. How many years? 79, 89, 99, 2009, 2019, 53 years. If like 25 years ago we had one, you know what I mean? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? What's 25 years ago? What's that, the 90s? Yeah, like 96, 97. So like if Parcells in 98 would have got us to the Super Bowl, if we had that. Say what you want, Hawk. The guy's incredibly successful and has droves of people that hang on every word he says. You don't have to like him, but you try to deny that success and you're doing something weird. That guy is a rousing success. Everything he touches turns to gold. And he's out there inspiring people. He sent me a text today. You want to see it? Look, I'll show you right now. Here's my Gary V text. This came a couple hours ago. Here's what it says. Can you guys see that? Can you read it? You're really great. Thank you, Gary. That's to me. He sent that just to me. But that's the shit he sends out. You know how I got on that text thread? I was asking him to come on. He never got back to me. Except I go, hey, man, you want to come on the show? We could talk, blah, blah, blah. He goes, you're really great. 2023 is your year. So I'm under no illusions. Right, Pharaoh? There you go. All right, let's end this. I'm going to give away a T-shirt from somebody in the chat. I'm going to pick a number. I'm going to randomly pick the number right now. Okay, I'm going to do a thing. Number randomizer. Here we go. I'm going to do it between 1 and 100. Okay, the number is 12. No, I'm just kidding. I'll tell you, the number's not 12. So now it's between 1 and 99. The number has been picked starting right now. Put your number guess in the chat. The person that nails it will get the shirt. You email me your inframoggles and I'll send you the shoggles. All right, here we go. And I'll show you the shirt. I'll show you the number too. Ooh, people are getting close. No cigari. Oh shit, what the hell just happened there? Why did it do that? Don't do that. Hold on, I gotta fucking back it up. This thing, it jumped. Why did it jump on me? Don't jump. Okay. Okay, I'm looking. Oh, very close. Somebody's very, very close. Crazy town. But you didn't get it. I'm sorry. I wish you did. Getting that close, I feel for you. Nope. Hey, Braden. How you doing, buddy? Did you get my email, Braden? You don't have to answer. Just know you got one. Let me back it up. I was talking. I want to make sure I didn't miss it. Come on, look at you guys. I see the same number like 6 times. It's funny. But no Cigari. Oh, so close. You guys are funny. Both sides of it, I saw. Hey, Ablab, what's up, buddy? Did I say hello to you yet? I don't know if I did. Well, hello. There he is. Let's see. What's this one? Nope. I know, right, Omar? Wow. Nope. It's so crazy when this stuff happens. Like, you're clearly saying all these numbers, and it's so funny sometimes. One time we did a contest. One time, the first number had it. It was amazing. Couldn't even believe it. Once. Every other time it's like this. Crazy town. Look at you guys. Amaze walls. And remember, you said 2 for Zach, Omar, but I'm not picking the number. It's a randomizer. I just put it in the randomizer, and the randomizer randomized it for us. I know, yeah. Kev, right? Kev says it's a long stream. I know. Well, I'm doing 2 shows. That's what. There it is. All right. Craig Safola, you are the shirt winner, my good friend. So there it is, number 36. I'm 99% sure it did not come up yet. 99%. I looked very, look at 37s, 35s, all over the joint. 36 it is. Just so you guys can see, I will now share the screen with the randomizer just so you can see it and know that I'm an honest fella. There it is. You see? There it is. There's the randomizer. You got to pick a randomizer. Okay, so Craig, my email is in the description. It's bean@greenbeanjetsfan.com. Go ahead and send me an email with your information, and I will ship you out a shirt. But go to the merch store. The link is I think the link is in the description. Let me double check on that. If not, you just go to greenbeanjetsfan.com, and you can see it there. Let me make sure I have the merch. How do I not have the merch in there? Beanbaggers, money on gas. Oh, you guys, you got to know, man. I stopped telling you guys this, but I have a link in the description, bro. If you guys want to save money on gas, it's the best thing ever. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but you click on the link, use my code that's in there. We both save 15 cents a gallon on your additional to what they're giving you on your first fill up. And dude, I save hundreds of dollars with this. I don't even go to a gas station that's not using. I just go to the app when I need gas. I go to the app. It knows where I am. It says, here are the gas stations that are participating. The BP will give you 12 cents a gallon. The Shell will give you 10 cents a gallon off. Then you go in the store, you get 5% off. It's crazy, dude. And you just hit the app and they give you the money back, dude. And when you want to collect it, you say, retrieve money or redeem, and it gives you all the options. You can get it sent to your bank account. You can get it in an Amazon card. You can get it fucking Outback, whatever, however. I've gotten no less than $3,000 over the past 3 years from these guys. It's real. So that link's in the description too. So the merch, interestingly, I don't know why I wouldn't do that, but anyway, Craig, go to the greenbeanjetsfan.com, click on the merch button, the merchandise button, look around, t-shirt, any t-shirt you want. Tell me the size, color, model, and design, and I'll send it right out to you, okay? Let me check a couple more comments. We're going to wrap this one up. Tammy McDaniel, what's up, Tammy? I see you laughing in there. The Jets have one great achievement, the first team in NFL history to beat an NFC team in this. That's right. And don't forget this, Tammy. We saved the NFL because the following year was the merger. The AFL was being discussed as shutting down. They were second-class citizens. What the hell's happening here? Wait a minute. You guys are still guessing? You're not still guessing, right? No, you didn't, Pedro. No way, Pedro. I looked. If you can find it, show me. I went slowly through the whole thing. You guys are still guessing? People are still writing numbers? You guys are nuts. I know. I saw there was 37 a couple times and there was 35 a few times. And then there was 38, 32, 34, and all that kind of stuff. But Mr. Green, yeah, thank you, buddy. All right, let's wrap this one up, man. So there you go. We gave away a T-shirt. We gave away the Manscaped Weed Whacker. And on Thursday, thick of it this week, 8 o'clock Thursday on this channel, we are giving away a lawnmower 4.0 to a subscriber to the channel. All you got to do to get in these contests is be a subscriber to the channel. That's it. And guys, I am 170 away. Let me see. I'll refresh it and see how we did. Yeah, I'm 175 away. That's where I am. I got to get 175 subs in the next 3 days. It's a tall order. I don't know. I'm getting nervous. I'll be real honest. But anyway, all you got to do is subscribe to the channel and you are entered in the contest and you help me get to the goal, man. And I really do appreciate it, guys. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I gotta get 100 more. Pedro, I've just looked again. I don't see it. I believe you wrote it, but I went literally name by name. If it happened that way, I sincerely apologize, but I just went through it again. I just scanned above Craig. I didn't see it. I was just doing that. So I'm fairly certain. But I am sorry that if there's any confusion, but I'm pretty sure. So yeah. So anyway, guys, if you haven't subscribed, please do. It helps the channel. If you haven't hit the like button, please do. And yeah, if you want to join the Beanbaggers, you can click the link. That's fucking awesome. We're watching an amazing game. We're watching the 1996, the only victory this week. It's going to be great. The only victory in 1996 of the best 1-in-15 team in NFL history. We're going to watch that one this month. We do it all the time. We do all 22 breakdowns, all kinds of. We meet after every single game and hang out in a little Zoom room and commiserate. Lately, we were celebrating, but it's an amazing group. I love everybody in there. It's amazing. You guys are the best. So thank you so much. There it is. Smash the like button. You guys are the best, and I appreciate you. 4 hours and 13 minutes, guys. No joke, huh? So all that said, you guys are the best. Have a great night, and I will see you Thursday.
I think he's going to be day one, a violent vertical edge setter.